Welcome to Sleepless Wonder, where we delve into the enigmatic corners of history that blur the line between legend and reality. Tonight, we'll explore 20 fascinating figures long dismissed as fiction, from ancient warriors to enigmatic sages, and examine the evidence that suggests they could have been based on actual historical individuals. If you're enjoying this journey into the unknown, hit that like button and subscribe for more soothing explorations of history's hidden secrets. And in the comments below, let me know, where are you tuning in from tonight? And are there any other mysterious topics you'd love to see us cover? Sweet dreams, and let's begin. Number 1. Robin Hood. Robin Hood, the name alone conjures images of a dashing outlaw in Lincoln Green, bow in hand, lurking in the depths of Sherwood Forest, ready to rob from the rich and give to the poor. But let's peel back the layers of this enduring tale, shall we? The classic legend portrays Robin as a noble-hearted rebel, a master archer whose skill with the longbow is unmatched. He leads a band of merry men, including the jovial Friar Tuck, the burly Little John, whose ironic name stems from his enormous stature, and the loyal Will Scarlet. Together they defy the tyrannical rule of Prince John, who usurps the throne while his brother, King Richard the Lionheart, is away on the Third Crusade. The Sheriff of Nottingham serves as their primary antagonist, a corrupt enforcer of unjust taxes and laws, often outwitted by Robin's clever disguises and daring ambushes. In the stories, Robin's adventures are filled with high drama and moral clarity. Picture this. Robin, hidden among the ancient oaks of Sherwood, spots a convoy of wealthy nobles or churchmen laden with gold extorted from the peasantry. With a whistle to his men, he springs into action, his arrows flying true to disarm rather than kill, unless absolutely necessary. He demands their ill-gotten gains, spares their lives if they swear to mend their ways, and redistributes the wealth to starving villagers. One famous episode involves Robin entering an archery contest in disguise, splitting his opponent's arrow with his own shot, a feat that reveals his identity and leads to a thrilling escape. Another tells of his romance with Maid Marian, a high-born lady who forsakes her comfortable life to join him in the greenwood, symbolizing love that transcends social class. But the legend isn't just about action. It's steeped in themes of justice, freedom, and resistance against oppression. Robin is often depicted as a Saxon yeoman clashing with Norman overlords, reflecting the ethnic tensions following the Norman conquest of 1066. His code of honor emphasizes chivalry toward women, mercy for the weak, and a deep reverence for the natural world. Sherwood Forest itself becomes a character, a sanctuary of ancient magic and untamed wilderness. Interestingly, early versions of the tale don't always include the rob from the rich to give to the poor motif. That element was popularized later in the 16th century, perhaps influenced by evolving social ideals during the Tudor era. Instead, the medieval ballads focus more on Robin as a trickster figure, outsmarting authority through wit and prowess, much like other folk heroes in European traditions. Now, let's trace the origins of this legend through time. The earliest known references to Robin Hood appear not in grand epics, but in humble ballads and passing mentions in literature from the late 14th century. One of the first is in William Langland's Piers Plowman, written around 1377, where a character mentions rhymes of Robin Hood, suggesting that songs and stories about him were already circulating among the common folk. This places the legend's emergence firmly in the medieval period, during a time of social upheaval in England. The Black Death had ravaged the population in the mid-14th century, leading to labor shortages, rising wages for peasants, and crackdowns by landowners through statutes like the Statute of Labourers in 1351, which fixed wages and restricted workers' mobility. It's no wonder that tales of an outlaw challenging the elite resonated so deeply. By the 15th century, more substantial ballads survive, such as Robin Hood and the Monk, preserved in a manuscript from around 1450, which depicts Robin as a pious man devoted to the Virgin Mary, getting captured while attending Mass and rescued by his men. Another early one, A Jest of Robin Hood, printed around 1500 but likely composed earlier, is a lengthy compilation of adventures totaling over 450 stanzas. In this version, Robin lends money to a destitute knight to help him reclaim his lands from a greedy abbot, showcasing themes of economic injustice. These ballads were performed by minstrels at feasts, fairs and taverns, spreading orally before being committed to print. The setting of the stories varies. Some place Robin in the reign of an unnamed Edward, possibly Edward II or III in the 14th century, while later adaptations shift it to the late 12th century under Richard III and John, perhaps to romanticize the Crusades era. The legend evolved significantly over the centuries. In the 16th century, during the Renaissance, writers like Anthony Munday elevated Robin's status from yeoman to a dispossessed earl, the Earl of Huntingdon, adding a layer of nobility to appeal to aristocratic audiences. This is when Maid Marian enters prominently, borrowed from unrelated May Day games and French pastoral traditions. The Victorian era romanticized him further, with authors like Sir Walter Scott in Ivanhoe, 1819, portraying Robin as a patriotic Saxon hero resisting Norman tyranny, influencing modern perceptions. Hollywood adaptations, from Errol Flynn's swashbuckling 1938 film to Disney's animated Fox in 1973 and Kevin Costner's 1991 version, have cemented the image of a heroic, egalitarian outlaw. Yet beneath these layers, historians debate whether any real person inspired this mosaic of tales. So, was there a historical Robin Hood? The answer is tantalizingly elusive, but several candidates emerge from the mists of medieval records, each with intriguing connections to the legend's elements. One of the most compelling is a man named Robert Hood, also known as Hobahod, who appears in the York Assize rolls of 1225, 1226. This Robert was a fugitive from justice, having fled after some unspecified crime, and his goods were seized by the authorities, valued at a modest 32 shillings and 6 pence. Interestingly, he lived in the Wakefield area of Yorkshire, near Barnsdale Forest, which features in some early ballads as Robin's haunt, rather than Sherwood. Wakefield was part of the manor held by the Earl of Warenne, and records show a Robert Hood as a tenant there around 1316, possibly a descendant or the same lineage. Adding to the intrigue, a 1322 court roll mentions a Robin Hood, who was a porter at the King's Chamber during Edward II's reign, but he was dismissed for inefficiency. Hardly the stuff of legend, yet it shows the name was in use. Another potential inspiration is Fulk Fitzwarren, a real-life noble outlaw from the early 13th century. Born around 1160, Fulk was the son of a Shropshire baron who fell out with King John over land disputes. Declared an outlaw in 1200, he roamed the forests with a band of followers, ambushing royal agents and evading capture for years until pardon in 1203. His story was immortalized in a 13th century romance, Fulk le Fitzwarren, which includes episodes of disguise, forest hideouts, and clashes with corrupt officials, echoes of Robin's tales. Fulk's life coincided with the reigns of Richard I and John, aligning with later legend settings. Moreover, he was known for his archery skills and chivalric code, robbing merchants but sparing the poor. Then there's Eustace the monk, a Flemish pirate and mercenary active around 1202-1217. Originally a Benedictine monk, Eustace turned to outlawry after a dispute with his lord, becoming a seafaring raider in the English Channel. He used clever disguises, like posing as a pilgrim or merchant, to outwit enemies, and his band operated from forest bases on the Isle of Sark. Captured and beheaded in 1217 during the Battle of Sandwich, his biography, written shortly after, shares motifs with Robin Hood stories: trickery, loyalty among outlaws, and defiance of royal authority. Some scholars suggest Eustace's sea-based exploits were adapted to land-based forest adventures in English folklore. Going further back, Hereward, the Wake, an 11th century Anglo-Saxon rebel, offers another parallel. After the Norman conquest, Hereward led a resistance from the fens of Ely in 1070-1071, using guerrilla tactics against William the Conqueror's forces. Described in the Gesta Herewardii as a skilled warrior who disguised himself and outsmarted Normans, he embodied the Saxon underdog spirit that permeates Robin's legend. Though his story predates the ballads by centuries, it may have influenced later outlaw tales during times of unrest. Other candidates abound in court records. From 1261 onward, the alias Robin Hood or Robehod was applied to various criminals in legal documents, suggesting the name became a generic term for outlaws, much like Billy the Kid today. For instance, a 1262 Berkshire record mentions a William Robehod, fugitive for larceny. This indicates that by the mid-13th century, the figure was already mythic enough to inspire nicknames. In Sussex, a 1296 roll lists a Gilbert Robin Hood accused of highway robbery. Even a 1354 Yorkshire document refers to a Robert Hood imprisoned for forest offences, trespassing in royal woods, a common outlaw activity. Beyond individuals, the legend may draw from broader historical contexts. The 1381 Peasants' Revolt, led by figures like Wat Tyler, highlighted rural discontent with poll taxes and feudal obligations, mirroring Robin's anti-authority stance. May Day celebrations and Morris dances often featured Robin Hood games, where villagers acted out his stories, blending pagan fertility rites with Christian elements. Archaeological finds, like medieval arrowheads in Sherwood, or place names such as Robin Hood's Well, add tangible flavor, though they prove popularity rather than existence. Fascinatingly, Robin's association with archery ties into real military history. The English longbow revolutionized warfare, proving decisive at battles like Crécy 1346 and Agincourt 1415, where yeoman archers, commoners like the legendary Robin, outmatched noble knights. Laws mandated archery practice, with churchyards hosting weekly sessions, fostering a culture where bowmen were folk heroes. The forest laws under Norman kings, restricting hunting to the elite and punishing poachers harshly, fueled resentment. Robin's poaching of the king's deer symbolizes rebellion against these edicts. In Scotland and Wales, similar figures like William Wallace or Owain Glyndwr embodied resistance, suggesting Robin as a composite of Celtic and Anglo-Saxon outlaw traditions. Linguistically, Robin derives from Robert, a common name, while Hood could mean hooded one or relate to wood, evoking forest dwellers. Some theorize pagan roots, linking him to Robin Goodfellow, Puck, or the Green Man, a foliage-adorned fertility deity. Ultimately, while no single historical figure definitively matches the legend, the evidence points to a blend of real outlaws, folk memories, and social commentary. Robin Hood likely began as a symbolic everyman, evolving through centuries of storytelling to reflect the era's injustices. Whether he was the fugitive Robert of York, the noble folk, or a mythic archetype, his tale endures because it speaks to universal desires for equity and adventure. As we move on to our next figure, consider how such legends preserve the spirit of those who dared to challenge the powerful. Number 2, Odysseus, the cunning king of Ithaca, whose epic journey home from the Trojan War has captivated imaginations for millennia, blending wit, wanderlust, and woe in a tapestry of mythic adventures. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus emerges as the quintessential Greek hero, not a brute like Achilles, driven by raw strength and rage, but a man of metis, or clever intelligence, who outsmarts gods, monsters, and mortals alike. The story begins with Odysseus already a veteran of the decade-long siege of Troy, as recounted in the Iliad, where his Trojan horse stratagem seals the city's doom. But the Odyssey focuses on his Nostos, or homecoming, a perilous 10-year voyage fraught with divine wrath, supernatural perils, and human temptations that test his resilience and resourcefulness. Picture the saga unfolding. After sacking Troy around 1200 BCE, Odysseus and his fleet set sail for Ithaca, only to incur the ire of Poseidon, god of the sea, for blinding his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus. Early in their journey, they land on the island of the Cicones, where a raid turns bloody, costing Odysseus 6 men per ship. Then comes the Lotus Eaters, whose narcotic fruit lulls his crew into forgetfulness, symbolizing the dangers of complacency. The most iconic encounter is with Polyphemus, the one-eyed giant shepherd in a Sicilian cave. Trapped, Odysseus plies the Cyclops with wine, declares his name as Nobody, Autis in Greek, a pun that confuses the monster's kin when he cries for help, and drives a sharpened stake into his eye. Escaping by clinging to the undersides of sheep, Odysseus hubristically reveals his true name, invoking Poseidon's curse and ensuring stormy seas ahead. The adventures escalate. On Aeolia, King Aeolus gifts Odysseus a bag of winds to speed him home, but his suspicious crew opens it, unleashing a gale that blows them back. The Laestrygonians, cannibalistic giants, devour most of his fleet in a harrowing ambush. Circe, the enchantress on Aiaia, transforms his men into pigs with a potion, but Odysseus, armed with the herb moly from Hermes, resists and forces her to restore them. They linger in luxury for a year. Descending to the underworld, he consults the blind prophet Tiresias, who foretells his trials, and converses with shades of the dead. Achilles lamenting his fate, Agamemnon warning of betrayal, and his mother Anticlea revealing woes at home. Back at sea, the siren's seductive song lures sailors to doom. Odysseus, lashed to the mast, hears it while his wax-plugged crew rows on. Scylla and Charybdis await, The six-headed monster Scylla snatches 6 men, while the whirlpool Charybdis threatens to swallow the ship whole. Further trials include the sacred cattle of Helios on Thrinacia, whose slaughter by his starving crew dooms the last ship to a thunderbolt, leaving Odysseus adrift on a raft. He washes up on Calypso's isle, Ogygia, where the nymph holds him captive lover for 7 years. Offering immortality, he refuses in favor of home. Finally, with Athena's aid and a raft from Calypso, he reaches the Phaeacians' shore, where King Alcinous hosts him, hears his tale, and ferries him to Ithaca. There, disguised as a beggar by Athena, Odysseus reunites with his son Telemachus, tests the loyalty of servants like the swineherd Eumaeus, and slaughters the 108 suitors besieging his wife Penelope, who has stalled them with her weaving ruse, unraveling her shroud for Odysseus's father Laertes nightly. The reunion culminates in a bow contest only Odysseus can win, stringing his great bow and shooting through axe heads before the bloody reckoning. Themes abound: the perils of hubris, hybris, the value of hospitality, xenia, the tension between fate and free will, and the enduring bond of family. Odysseus's epithets, wily, much enduring, sacker of cities, underscore his multifaceted character, a blend of hero and anti-hero whose lies and tricks serve survival. But the Odyssey isn't mere fantasy. It's laced with cultural insights. The poem reflects Bronze Age customs, like the importance of guest friendship, where violating it invites divine punishment, as with the Cyclops or suitors. Maritime details evoke the seafaring prowess of Mycenaean Greeks, navigating the Mediterranean's treacherous waters. Monsters like the Cyclops may echo prehistoric encounters with unfamiliar peoples or natural phenomena. Volcanic islands for the Lestrygonians, perhaps. Linguistically, Odysseus's name derives from Odyssomai, to be wroth against, hinting at his fraught relations with gods. Later adaptations amplified the tale. Virgil's Aeneid mirrors it with Aeneas's wanderings. Dante places Odysseus in hell for deceit. James Joyce's Ulysses, Odysseus's Roman name, parallels it in modern Dublin, and films like Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Reimagine it in Depression-era America. Now, let's anchor this myth in time. The Odyssey was composed in the 8th or 7th century BCE, during Greece's Archaic period, a time of emerging city-states, colonization, and oral poetry traditions. Scholars date it to around 725–675 BCE, slightly after the Iliad, attributed to Homer, a semi-legendary blind bard from Ionia. It was performed orally by rhapsodes at festivals, using dactylic hexameter, with formulaic phrases aiding memorization: wine dark sea, rosy-fingered dawn. By the mid-6th century BCE, it was canonized in Athenian recitations at the Panathenaea. The setting, however, harks back to the Mycenaean Bronze Age, circa 1600–1100 BCE, specifically post-Trojan War around 1200 BCE, amid the Bronze Age collapse, an era of invasions, droughts, and societal upheaval that ended palatial civilizations. This Dark Age gap of centuries suggests the tales were preserved orally, evolving through generations of oidoi, singers, before Homer's synthesis. Archaeological evidence, like Linear B tablets from Pylos, circa 1200 BCE, describe a bureaucratic palace economy with kings, wonaks, akin to Odysseus's role, managing slaves, crafts, and raids. The legend's emergence ties to this transitional era. Post-collapse, Greeks recollected their heroic past, idealizing Mycenaean warriors as demigods. Vase paintings from the 8th century BCE depict Odyssey scenes, like the Cyclops blinding, indicating widespread familiarity. By the classical period, 5th to 4th centuries BCE, philosophers like Plato critiqued Homer's gods as immoral, while historians like Herodotus sought rational explanations, suggesting the Trojan War stemmed from trade rivalries. The Odyssey influenced geography. Ancient sailors identified sites like the Strait of Messina as Scylla and Charybdis, or Corfu as Phaeacia. Roman adoption as Ulysses further embedded it, with emperors like Nero reciting it. So, was there a historical Odysseus? Like Robin Hood, he's likely a composite, but tantalizing clues suggest roots in real Bronze Age figures. No direct evidence names an Odysseus, but Mycenaean kings were seafaring raiders, much like his exploits. The Trojan War has archaeological backing. Heinrich Schliemann's 1870s excavations at Hisarlik, Troy, revealed multiple layers, with Troy Sevener destroyed around 1180 BCE by fire, possibly warfare, aligning with the epic's timeline. Hittite texts mention Ahiyawa, Achaeans, i.e., Greeks, clashing with Wilusa, Ilios Troy, and Apayama Radu as a rogue Hittite vassal raiding coasts, echoing Odysseus's piratical side. One compelling parallel is with the Sea Peoples, mysterious invaders around 1200 BCE who ravaged the eastern Mediterranean, including Egypt. Egyptian inscriptions describe battles with groups like the Sherdan, possibly Sardinians, whose raids mirror Odysseus's 9 prior assaults before Egypt in his Cretan lie tale, a false story he tells where he leads raids, gets shipwrecked, and spends 7 years in Egypt. This resonates with Rameses Sengu's accounts of repelling sea raiders, suggesting Homer drew from historical memories of these upheavals. On Ithaca itself, recent digs uncovered a 3-story palace from 1400 to 1100 BCE, with artifacts like a lion-head seal, potentially Odysseus's home, though unproven. In 2025, archaeologists announced a possible Sanctuary of Odysseus on Ithaca, with 3rd century BCE inscriptions dedicating offerings to him, indicating ancient Greeks venerated him as a hero cult figure, blurring myth and history. Pottery and altars there suggest rituals honoring his legend, even if he was fictional. Other inspirations include Near Eastern myths. The Cyclops Polyphemus may derive from the Mesopotamian Humbaba in the Epic of Gilgamesh, a forest guardian defeated by heroes. Odysseus's underworld descent parallels Babylonian tales. Some scholars propose he embodies a generic Mycenaean basileus, chieftain, like those in Linear B records from Thebes or Knossos, managing small kingdoms and leading expeditions. Figures like Nestor or Menelaus in the epics have tentative links. Menelaus's palace at Sparta was excavated, showing real Mycenaean grandeur. Ajax's massive shield matches Bronze Age tower shields found in tombs. Intriguingly, genetic and linguistic studies trace Greek migrations post-collapse, with Odysseus's wanderings possibly allegorizing exploratory voyages to Italy, Sicily, and beyond, colonization routes in the 8th century BCE. Volcanic activity on Thera, Santorini, around 1600 BCE, causing tsunamis might inspire Atlantis-like tales influencing the Odyssey's disasters. Psychologically, Odysseus represents the veteran's PTSD, haunted by war, struggling to reintegrate, a theme resonant today. Yet, skeptics argue the Odyssey is pure poetry, with geographic inconsistencies, e.g., Ithaca's description mismatches the real island, suggesting artistic license. No tomb or inscription confirms a real Odysseus, unlike Pharaoh's. Instead, he may amalgamate folk heroes, much as Heracles blends labors from various myths. Ancient skeptics like Thucydides rationalized myths, seeing the Trojan War as exaggerated but real. Ultimately, while no singular historical Odysseus emerges, the legend preserves echoes of Bronze Age realities, raiding kings, collapsing empires, and seafaring odysseys. He embodies the human spirit's endurance, inspiring from antiquity to space probes named after him. As we voyage to our next figure, ponder how such epics bridge myth and memory, keeping alive the exploits of forgotten warriors. Number 3. Beowulf. The legendary Geatish hero, whose monstrous battles and tragic kingship form the core of the Old English epic poem Beowulf, a cornerstone of early European literature that weaves heroism, fate, and the inexorable pull of mortality into a gripping narrative. In the poem, Beowulf is portrayed as a superhuman warrior from the land of the Geats in southern Sweden, embodying the ideals of Germanic heroism: unmatched strength, unwavering loyalty, and a code of honor that demands he confront evil head-on. The story unfolds in 3 major episodes, each escalating the stakes and delving deeper into themes of glory, vengeance, and the fragility of human achievement. The epic opens with a prologue recounting the funeral of Skjold, a legendary Danish king whose body is sent out to sea on a treasure-laden ship, symbolizing the cyclical nature of life and legacy in a warrior society. We then shift to Denmark, where King Hrothgar of the Danes has built the magnificent mead hall, Heorot, a symbol of prosperity and communal joy, where warriors feast, boast, and share tales. But this idyll is shattered by Grendel, a monstrous descendant of Cain, cursed to wander the moors in exile. Enraged by the sounds of merriment, Grendel launches nocturnal raids on Heorot for 12 years, devouring Hrothgar's thanes in gruesome fashion, ripping them apart with his bare hands and leaving the hall stained with blood. No weapon can harm him as he bears a charm against iron, and the Danes are powerless, their once mighty king reduced to despair. Hearing of this plight from across the sea, young Beowulf, nephew to King Hygelac of the Geats, sets sail with 14 hand-picked companions to offer his aid. Upon arrival, he is challenged by Hrothgar's herald, but wins the king's favour with tales of his past exploits, including swimming matches and sea monster slayings. That night, as the Danes sleep, Grendel bursts into Heorot. Beowulf, eschewing weapons to match the monster's terms, grapples with him in a ferocious hand-to-hand combat. His grip is like a vice. He tears Grendel's arm from its socket at the shoulder, a wound that proves fatal as the creature flees to his fen lair to die. Beowulf hangs the severed arm from Heorot's rafters as a trophy, and the hall erupts in celebration. Hrothgar rewards him lavishly with gold, armor, and horses, while the Scop, Bard, composes a song praising Beowulf's deed, comparing him to legendary heroes like Sigmund the Dragon Slayer. But joy is short-lived. Grendel's mother, a fierce water hag dwelling in a murky mere, lake, emerges to avenge her son. She storms Heorot, slays Hrothgar's closest advisor Eshere, and retreats with his body and Grendel's arm. Beowulf, undaunted, dives into the bloodied waters armed with the sword Hrunting, lent by Unferth, one of Hrothgar's thanes who had earlier doubted him. The mere is infested with sea beasts that drag him to the bottom, where he enters the mother's cave, a dry, firelit hall hung with treasures. Their battle is brutal. Hrunting fails against her hide, but Beowulf spots a gigantic sword forged by giants in ancient times. He seizes it, decapitates her, and then severs Grendel's head from his corpse nearby. The blade melts in the monster's poisonous blood, but Beowulf surfaces triumphant, bearing the hilt and head as proof. Hrothgar, in a poignant speech, warns Beowulf of the perils of pride and the inevitability of decline, foreshadowing the hero's own fate. Enriched with more gifts, Beowulf returns home to Geatland, where he recounts his adventures to Hygelac and presents him with treasures, strengthening their bond of kinship and loyalty. The poem then leaps forward 50 years. Hygelac and his son Herdred have died in wars, events alluded to in historical digressions, and Beowulf has ruled wisely as king. But peace ends when a slave steals a golden cup from a dragon's ancient barrow, awakening the fire-breathing worm to ravage Geatland with flames. Elderly but resolute, Beowulf dons his armor and confronts the dragon at its lair on a headland called Ernanaes. His sword Naegling shatters against the beast's scales, and his retainers flee in cowardice, except for the young Wiglaf, who rushes to his lord's side, reminding them of their oaths. Together, they slay the dragon, Beowulf striking the fatal blow to its belly, but the hero is mortally wounded by its venomous fangs. As he dies, Beowulf bequeaths his torque and armor to Wiglaf, lamenting the Geats' impending doom without his protection. His body is cremated on a grand pyre, and his ashes buried in a barrow overlooking the sea, filled with the dragon's hoard. The poem closes with his people mourning, praising him as the mildest and kindest of kings, yet foreseeing invasion by old enemies like the Swedes and Frisians. Beyond the action, Beowulf is rich with themes that resonate through its alliterative verse. It explores the heroic code of comitatus, the mutual loyalty between lord and thanes, where glory is won through deeds, but fate, weird, ultimately prevails. Monsters like Grendel represent chaos and the outcast, descended from Cain, blending pagan folklore with Christian overtones of sin and exile. The dragon embodies greed and the hoarding of wealth. Its Lay of the Last Survivor, a poignant elegy on transience. Digressions weave in tales of feuds, like the Finnsburg episode, a bloody wedding turned massacre, or the Swedish-Geatish wars, adding historical depth and moral lessons. The poem's structure is symmetrical. Young Beowulf's victories in Denmark contrast with old Beowulf's Pyrrhic triumph in Geatland, underscoring the hero's arc from ascendant warrior to tragic ruler. Kenning's poetic compounds like Whale Road for sea or Battle Sweat for blood enhance its oral flavor, while Christian elements, references to God as creator, or Grendel's biblical lineage, suggest a monkish scribe adapting pagan material. The legend's influence extends far beyond its era. It inspired J.R.R. Tolkien's The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, with dragon slayings and barrow wights echoing Beowulfian motifs. Modern adaptations include films like the 2007 animated version with Angelina Jolie as Grendel's mother, or novels like John Gardner's Grendel, retelling the story from the monster's perspective. Seamus Heaney's 2000 translation brought it to new audiences, capturing its raw power in contemporary English. Now, let's trace the origins of this epic through time. The sole surviving manuscript, part of the Nowell Codex in the British Library, Cotton Vitellius A. X5, dates to around 975–1025 AD, during the late Anglo-Saxon period under kings like Ethelred the Unready or Canute the Great. It was damaged in a 1731 fire, charring edges and requiring modern imaging to recover lost text. The poem itself was likely composed earlier, with scholarly debates placing it between the 8th and early 11th centuries. Linguistic evidence, such as adherence to Kaluza's law on vowel lengths, suggests an 8th century origin, possibly in Mercia or Northumbria, regions with strong Scandinavian ties due to Viking settlements. Tolkien argued for pre-9th century, citing authentic pagan elements post-Christianization around 700 AD. It was probably transmitted orally by Scots using formulaic phrases before being written down, perhaps at a monastery like Malmesbury Abbey, given dialect features mixing West Saxon, Anglian and others. The setting, however, is firmly in the migration period of the 5th and 6th centuries amid Germanic tribes in Scandinavia. This heroic age saw migrations, feuds, and the formation of kingdoms, reflected in the poem's geopolitical details. It first appears in written form in this manuscript, but its stories likely circulated orally much earlier, drawing from shared Germanic folklore. By the 19th century, scholars like N.F.S. Grundtvig transcribed it, linking it to Nordic sagas. Archaeological discoveries, such as the 1939 Sutton Hoo ship burial in East Anglia, with its Swedish-style helmet and treasures, mirror the poem's funeral rites and Geatish connections, suggesting the Wulfingus dynasty claimed descent from Geatish Wulfings. So, was there a historical Beowulf? While the hero himself lacks direct evidence and may be a mythic archetype, the poem is laced with verifiable historical figures and events, suggesting he could be a composite or embellished version of real 6th century warriors. The most solid link is Hygelac, Beowulf's uncle and king, whose fatal raid on the Frisians around 521 AD is recorded independently by Gregory of Tours in his Historia Francorum, describing Clocolicus, Hygelac, leading a seaborne attack from the north, only to be defeated by Frankish forces under Theudebert. This aligns precisely with the poem's allusion to Hygelac's death near the seawall, making it the only dated event in the epic. King Hrothgar of the Danes and his nephew, Hrothulf, Hrolfr sagas are believed, based on real 6th century Silding rulers, with Hrothgar's hall Heorot matching excavations at Leisure, Denmark, where 6th century halls up to 50 meters long were uncovered in 1986, 88 and 2004-05, complete with post holes and artifacts suggesting a royal center. The Sildings, Skjoldungs, appear in Norse sources as a historical dynasty. Other figures include Ongentheow, Angantyr, the Swedish king killed in the Ravenswood battle around 510 AD, referenced in the poem and corroborated by Swedish sagas. Othere and his sons Eadgils and Eanmund, with Eadgils buried at Gamla Uppsala around 575 AD, where barrows contain a man in bearskin with dogs and weapons, echoing saga descriptions. One intriguing theory posits Beowulf as a real 6th century Geatish king, perhaps identical to or inspired by Bödvar Bjarki from Hrolfkraki's saga and the Bjarkamal. Bjarki, meaning little bear, parallels Beowulf's name, a kenning for bear, Beowulf, or honey-eater. In the saga, Bjarki aids King Hrothulf, against monsters, shapeshifting into a bear, mirroring Beowulf's strength in battles. As a son of a man-bear, Bjarki embodies berserker traditions, shamanic warriors who entered battle trances, possibly reflected in Beowulf's superhuman feats. Historical timelines align. Beowulf would have been active around 515–535 AD, participating in Hygelac's raid, succeeding Hardred after his death aiding Eadgils, and later avenging him by supporting Eadgils against Onela in the battle on the ice of Lake Vänern, circa 535 AD. The Geats themselves, Gotar, were a real tribe in Götaland, absorbed by the Swedes by the 7th century, explaining their disappearance from records. much as the poem predicts their downfall post-Beowulf. Folktale motifs like the Bear's Sun Tale, ATU 301, where a hero with bear-like strength fights trolls, suggest Beowulf draws from widespread Indo-European myths, perhaps originating in the Vendel period, 550–790 AD of Scandinavian history, known for ornate helmets and warrior graves. Influences from Near Eastern epics, like Gilgamesh's monster fights, or classical works like Virgil's Aeneid, with sea voyages and underworld descents, add layers, but the core seems rooted in oral histories of migration-age chieftains. Fascinatingly, the poem's weaponry and customs match archaeology. Longbows, chainmail, and pattern-welded swords like those from Vendel graves, or the boar-crested helmets from Sutton Hoo. Berserkers, warriors in bearskins fighting in ecstasy, are documented in sagas and may inspire Beowulf's unarmed combat. Politically, it reflects 6th century dynamics: Frankish expansion, Swedish-Geatish rivalries, and Danish power under the Scyldings. While skeptics see Beowulf as pure legend, the density of corroborated details, names, battles, genealogies, argues for a historical kernel, perhaps a forgotten king whose deeds were mythologized to embody heroic ideals. Ultimately, whether Beowulf was the bear-strong king of saga or a folkloric amalgam, his epic preserves the ethos of a vanished world, where heroes faced monsters not just in the fens, but in the human heart. As we advance to our next figure, reflect on how such tales immortalize the blurred boundary between history and myth. Number 4. Gilgamesh, the semi-divine king of Uruk whose epic adventures, profound friendship with the wild man Enkidu, and desperate quest for immortality form the core of the world's oldest surviving great work of literature, a Mesopotamian poem that grapples with the essence of humanity, the inevitability of death, and the pursuit of eternal legacy. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, preserved on clay tablets in cuneiform script, Gilgamesh is depicted as a towering figure, 2/3 god and 1/3 human, born of the goddess Ninsun and the mortal king Lugalbanda, ruling the ancient city-state of Uruk in southern Mesopotamia, with unmatched strength but initial tyranny. The narrative, pieced together from multiple versions across centuries, unfolds as a series of trials that transform him from an arrogant oppressor into a wise, reflective king humbled by loss and the limits of mortality. The story begins in Uruk, a bustling metropolis famed for its massive walls, temples, and ziggurats, where Gilgamesh reigns as a demigod whose physical prowess is legendary. He can lift enormous weights, outrun animals, and wrestle lions bare-handed. Yet his rule is harsh. He exhausts his subjects with endless labor on building projects and claims droit du seigneur, sleeping with brides on their wedding nights, prompting the people to cry out to the gods for relief. Anu, the sky god, instructs the creation goddess Aruru to fashion a counterbalance. Enkidu, a hairy, beast-like man molded from clay and raised among wild animals in the steppe, equal to Gilgamesh in strength but embodying untamed nature. Enkidu lives harmoniously with gazelles and lions, disrupting hunters' traps until a temple prostitute named Shamat is sent to civilize him. Through 7 days of intimacy, she humanizes him, teaching him to eat bread, drink beer, wear clothes, and speak, severing his bond with the animals who now shun him. Drawn by tales of Gilgamesh's excesses, Enkidu journeys to Uruk to challenge the king. Their first encounter is a ferocious wrestling match at the threshold of a bridal chamber, where Gilgamesh bars Enkidu's path. The two grapple like bulls, shaking the city's walls and doorposts, until Gilgamesh gains the upper hand, pinning Enkidu. But instead of enmity, admiration blooms. They embrace as brothers, forging one of literature's earliest depictions of deep male friendship, a bond that humanizes Gilgamesh, curbing his tyranny as Enkidu becomes his confidant and companion. Together, they embark on heroic quests to prove their valor. The first is against Humbaba, or Huwawa, the monstrous guardian of the cedar forest in Lebanon, appointed by the god Enlil to protect the sacred trees. With the sun, god Shamash's blessing, but against Enlil's will, they trek through wilderness, interpreting ominous dreams along the way. In the forest, Humbaba, a giant with a face like coiled intestines and breath that scorches like fire, confronts them. Enkidu urges mercy, but Gilgamesh, spurred by Shamash's winds that immobilize the monster, strikes him down with an axe, felling cedars in the process. They float the timber back to Uruk on the Euphrates, triumphant but having incurred divine wrath. Emboldened, They face another trial when the goddess Ishtar, Inanna, smitten by Gilgamesh's beauty, propositions him for marriage, promising riches and power. He rebuffs her scornfully, listing her past lovers' tragic fates, like Dumuzi the shepherd turned into a wolf, or Ishalanu the gardener transformed into a mole, enraging her to unleash the bull of heaven, a celestial beast that causes earthquakes and droughts, killing hundreds. Gilgamesh and Enkidu slay it, with Enkidu tearing off its hindquarter and hurling it at Ishtar as an insult. The gods convene, deciding Enkidu must die for these transgressions against Humbaba and the bull. He falls ill, tormented by visions of the underworld, a dusty, joyless realm where kings serve as butlers and the dead eat clay. In a heart-wrenching scene, Gilgamesh holds his dying friend, weeping as Enkidu curses the hunter and Shamat who civilized him, before blessing them in resignation. Enkidu's death shatters Gilgamesh, awakening his terror of mortality. Clad in lion skins, he wanders the wilderness, unkempt and grieving, seeking eternal life. His quest leads him to Utnapishtim, or Utanapishti, the sole survivor of a great flood, granted immortality by the gods. Crossing treacherous waters, guarded by scorpion men and the lethal waters of death, aided by the alewife Siduri, who advises him to embrace life's joys instead. Gilgamesh reaches Utnapishtim on a distant island. The sage recounts the flood story. Warned by Ea, Enki, he built a massive ark, loaded it with animals and kin, and weathered a 7-day deluge sent by Enlil to wipe out noisy humanity. Post-flood, Enlil relents, blessing Utnapishtim with godhood. To test Gilgamesh, Utnapishtim challenges him to stay awake for 6 days and 7 nights. He fails, sleeping instantly. As a consolation, Utnapishtim reveals a plant at the sea's bottom that restores youth. Gilgamesh retrieves it by diving with stones tied to his feet, but loses it to a snake on his return journey, which sheds its skin and rejuvenates. Defeated, he returns to Uruk, gazing at its walls, his enduring legacy, and accepts his mortality, though some versions extend his story with underworld adventures or deification. The epic brims with profound themes: the civilizing force of friendship, the hubris of defying gods, the futility of evading death, and the value of worldly achievements. Symbolism abounds: Enkidu as nature tamed by culture, the cedar forest as a sacred wilderness violated, the flood paralleling biblical Noah, likely influencing it. Poetic devices include repetition, dream omens, and laments, with vivid imagery like Gilgamesh's heart, struck with grief, like a man who has lost his way. Variations exist across tablets. Some include a prologue praising Gilgamesh's wisdom. Others add episodes like Enkidu's descent to retrieve a puku and meku, drum and stick, from the netherworld. The narrative influenced later works. Homer's Odyssey echoes the sea voyages and underworld visits. Virgil's Aeneid draws on heroic quests, and modern retellings like Stephen Mitchell's translation or operas adapt its timeless pathos. Cultural details enrich the tale, reflecting Mesopotamian life. Uruk's Eanna temple, dedicated to Inanna, beer as a staple, brewed from barley, flavored with dates, divination through dreams and liver omens, and a polytheistic worldview where gods are anthropomorphic yet capricious. The underworld, Kur or Irkalla, is a grim equalization. Royals and slaves alike feather-clad, subsisting on dust, contrasting vibrant earthly existence. Linguistically, Gilgamesh's name means the ancestor is a hero in Sumerian, underscoring lineage. The epic's flood narrative, with its arc dimensions, a cube of 120 cubits, and bird releases, dove, swallow raven, predates Genesis by centuries, suggesting shared Near Eastern flood myths from real cataclysms like Black Sea deluges around 5600 BCE. Now, let's trace the origins of this legend through time. The Epic of Gilgamesh emerged in ancient Mesopotamia, with the earliest Sumerian poems about Gilgamesh dating to the 3rd dynasty of Ur, around 2100-2000 BCE, during a period of Sumerian Renaissance under kings like Shulgi, who claimed divine status akin to Gilgamesh. These were 5 independent tales: Gilgamesh and Aga, defeating Kish's king; Gilgamesh and Huwawa, cedar forest; Gilgamesh and the bull of heaven; Gilgamesh and the underworld; and the death of Gilgamesh. Composed in Sumerian, they circulated orally among scribes and priests. inscribed on clay tablets using wedge-shaped cuneiform script invented around 3200 BCE for accounting but adapted for literature. By the Old Babylonian period, circa 1800–1600 BCE, these fused into a cohesive Akkadian epic, He Who Saw the Abyss, Shah Nakba Imuru, with 11 tablets attributed to the scribe Sin-Leqi-Unninni, who standardized it in the Middle Babylonian era, 1400–1200 BCE. The fullest version, the Standard Babylonian edition with 12 tablets, dates to the 12th century BCE under the Kassite dynasty, discovered in the library of Assyrian king Ashurbanipal at Nineveh, modern Mosul, Iraq, in the 7th century BCE. This library, excavated in the 1850s by Austin Henry Layard and Hormuzd Rassam, yielded over 30,000 tablets including the epic, translated by George Smith in 1872, who famously exclaimed its flood parallels to Noah upon deciphering it. The epic spread across the Near East, fragments found in Hittite Anatolia, Canaan, and Egypt, reflecting Akkadians' lingua franca status during the Bronze Age, a time of empires like Akkad, 2334–2154 BCE, and Ur-the-Thur, marked by urbanization, irrigation, and ziggurat building. Post-Assyrian fall in 612 BCE, it faded until rediscovery, influencing biblical scholars and inspiring Freudian interpretations of Enkidu as the id to Gilgamesh's ego. So, was there a historical Gilgamesh? Consensus among historians leans toward yes, a real king of Uruk around 2700–2500 BCE during the early dynastic II period, when Sumerian city-states like Uruk, Kish, and Lagash vied for dominance amid advancing agriculture and writing. Evidence stems from the Sumerian king list, a cuneiform document from around 1800 BCE listing kings from antediluvian times, naming Gilgamesh, whose father was a phantom, as the 5th ruler of Uruk's first dynasty post-flood, reigning 126 years, a mythic exaggeration, but indicating historicity. Inscriptions credit him with building Uruk's massive walls, 6 miles long, with 900 towers, excavated at Warka, ancient Uruk, showing ramparts from circa 2900 BCE, possibly restored by him. Contemporary artifacts include a cylinder seal from Kish mentioning Bil-Games, Sumerian for Gilgamesh, and Enmebaragesi, a historical king around 2600 BCE verified by inscriptions, linking Gilgamesh to real conflicts like Uruk-Kish wars. Votive offerings, like mace heads inscribed with his name from Lagash, circa 2400 BCE, suggest deification post-mortem, common for Sumerian kings like Gudea. Archaeological digs at Uruk reveal a city of 50,000 by 2500 BCE, with the Iana precinct and White Temple aligning with epic descriptions. Some speculate his tomb was found in 2003 under the Euphrates bed during Iraq's drought, with gardens and structures, but claims of US military seizure remain unsubstantiated conspiracy. Parallels with other figures abound. Enkidu may echo hairy wild men in folklore or real shamans. Humbaba links to Hittite guardians. The epic likely amalgamates oral histories of a warrior king's deeds, raids for cedar in distant mountains, real trade routes to Lebanon, with mythic elements from older Sumerian tales like Inanna's descent. Climate data suggests droughts around 2200 BCE inspiring flood motifs, tied to real Mesopotamian inundations from Tigris-Euphrates shifts. Skeptics note the lack of direct contemporary records. No royal annals name him, but the king list's accuracy for later dynasties bolsters credibility. Ultimately, while the supernatural feats are legendary embellishments, Gilgamesh likely stems from a historical ruler whose exploits were mythologized to embody kingship ideals in a cradle of civilization. His story endures as a mirror to human aspirations, from Sumerian clay to modern psyches. As we proceed to our next figure, contemplate how such ancient narratives echo across millennia, preserving kernels of truth amid mythic grandeur. Number 5. Helen of Troy. The unparalleled beauty whose abduction sparked the Trojan War, immortalized in Greek mythology as the face that launched 1,000 ships. A woman caught between divine whims, human passions, and the inexorable tides of fate, whose story explores the destructive power of desire, the burdens of femininity, and the blurred lines between victim and instigator in a patriarchal world. In Homer's Iliad, the primary source for her tale, Helen is portrayed not merely as a passive prize but as a complex figure, regretful, self-aware, and acutely conscious of her role in the carnage unfolding around her. A mortal woman entangled with gods and heroes whose actions ripple through epic poetry, tragedy, and art across millennia. The legend begins with Helen's extraordinary birth, a blend of divine intervention and mortal intrigue that underscores her semi-divine status. According to the most common version, she is the daughter of Zeus, king of the gods, and Leda, the queen of Sparta, married to King Tyndareus. Zeus, ever the philanderer, seduces Leda by disguising himself as a magnificent swan fleeing from an eagle, possibly a metaphor for pursuit and vulnerability. That night, Leda also lies with Tyndareus, resulting in her laying 2 eggs, or sometimes 1. From one hatches Helen and her brother Pollux, Polydeuces, both fathered by Zeus and thus immortal or semi-divine, while the other yields Clytemnestra and Castor, Tyndareus's mortal children. This avian conception ties Helen to themes of transformation and otherworldliness, with ancient art often depicting her emerging from the egg, symbolizing rebirth and fertility. Raised in Sparta as Tyndareus's daughter, Helen's beauty blooms early, drawing unwanted attention. At around age 12, she is abducted by the Athenian hero Theseus and his friend Pirithous, who hide her in Attica with Theseus's mother Aethra, while they pursue Persephone in the underworld, a folly that leaves Theseus trapped there. Helen's brothers, the Dioscuri, Castor and Pollux, rescue her and capture Aethra as retribution, restoring Helen's virginity intact in most accounts, though some variants suggest she bore Theseus a daughter, Iphigenia. As Helen reaches marriageable age, her allure attracts suitors from across Greece, dozens of kings and heroes, including Odysseus, Ajax the Great, Diomedes, Patroclus, and Menelaus. Fearing bloodshed among these rivals, Tyndareus, advised by the cunning Odysseus, extracts an oath from all. They swear by the dismembered parts of a horse, a sacred ritual, to defend the chosen husband's rights against any challenger. This oath of Tyndareus becomes the linchpin of the Trojan War, binding the Greek world in collective obligation. Helen selects Menelaus, the wealthy brother of Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, perhaps for his stability, or at Tyndareus's urging to consolidate power. They marry, and Helen bears a daughter, Hermione, living in relative peace in Sparta until fate intervenes. The catalyst is the judgment of Paris. At the wedding of Peleus and Thetis, parents of Achilles, Eris, goddess of discord, tosses a golden apple inscribed to the fairest among Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite. Zeus appoints Paris, a Trojan prince raised as a shepherd after a prophecy foretold he would cause Troy's downfall, to judge. Each goddess bribes him, Hera with power, Athena with wisdom and victory, Aphrodite with the love of the world's most beautiful woman, Helen. Paris chooses Aphrodite, sealing Troy's doom and earning the enmity of the spurned goddesses. Paris travels to Sparta under the guise of diplomacy, hosted by Menelaus, who departs for Crete to attend his grandfather's funeral, leaving Helen vulnerable. Whether Helen elopes willingly, enchanted by Aphrodite's spell or genuine desire, or is abducted by force remains ambiguous across sources. In the Iliad, she expresses remorse, suggesting coercion or regret, while later traditions vary. Some portray her as infatuated, others as a victim of divine manipulation. Paris spirits her away to Troy, or via Egypt in some tales, along with treasures from Menelaus's palace. Upon discovering the betrayal, Menelaus invokes the oath, rallying Agamemnon and the Greek kings. The fleet assembles at Aulis, where Agamemnon sacrifices Iphigenia, Helen's niece, to appease Artemis for favorable winds, an act that sows seeds of familial tragedy. The war lasts 10 years. Greeks besiege Troy, with Helen inside its walls, a reluctant resident among Priam's family. In the Iliad, she appears in poignant scenes, weaving a tapestry of the war's battles, identifying Greek heroes from Troy's ramparts for Priam, and lamenting her fate to Hector, calling herself a dog-faced woman who wishes she'd died at birth. Her interactions with Paris are tense. She scorns his cowardice after he flees from Menelaus in a duel, yet Aphrodite compels her to bed him. Helen's beauty mesmerizes even the Trojan elders, who murmur that no wonder men fight for her, though they wish her gone to end the suffering. The war's climax, though not in the Iliad, which ends with Hector's funeral, involves Odysseus's Trojan horse stratagem leading to Troy's sack. Helen's fate post-war diverges. In the Odyssey, she returns to Sparta with Menelaus after a detour in Egypt, where they host Telemachus years later, drugging wine with Nepenthe to ease sorrows and recounting war tales. Helen claiming she aided the Greeks by recognizing Odysseus in disguise and rejoicing at Troy's fall. Alternative myths offer twists. Poet Stesichorus, blinded by Helen for slandering her, recants in his Palinode, asserting a phantom, Eidolon, crafted by Hera went to Troy, while the real Helen waited in Egypt, innocent and faithful. A version echoed in Euripides' play Helen, where she grapples with identity and illusion. In darker tales from the Little Iliad and Iliou Persis, Helen betrays Deiphobus, her post-Paris husband, to Menelaus, who slays him. Menelaus intends to kill Helen, but drops his sword, smitten anew by her beauty, often baring her breasts in supplication. Some traditions have her hanged by Trojan women or exiled, but the dominant narrative sees her reconciled with Menelaus, ruling Sparta until their deaths, after which she ascends to Elysium or becomes a goddess. Her afterlife includes deification alongside the Dioscuri, with cults in Sparta associating her with trees, springs, and initiatory rites for young women, symbolizing beauty's perilous allure. Beyond the plot, Helen's myth delves into profound themes that have fascinated interpreters for centuries. She embodies the objectification of women, reduced to a prize whose beauty incites male violence. Yet she voices agency in her laments, critiquing the war's futility and her own complicity. Fate versus free will looms large. Divine machinations, Aphrodite's promise, Zeus's plan to cull heroes, drive events. But human choices amplify the tragedy. Beauty as a curse recurs. Helen's allure brings admiration but isolation and blame, reflecting ancient Greek anxieties about female sexuality and chaos, evoking Pandora. In tragedy, like Euripides' Trojan women, she's vilified by Hecuba as a wanton destroyer, while in Sappho's fragments, she's a symbol of erotic longing. The myth influenced Roman literature. Virgil's Aeneid casts her as a harbinger of ruin. Medieval tales, Chrétien de Troyes romanticizes her, and Renaissance art, Botticelli's paintings. Modern adaptations abound. Margaret Atwood's The Penelopiad reimagines her from Penelope's view. Films like Troy, 2004 with Diane Kruger, portray her as a romantic lead. Operas like Offenbach's La Belle Hélène satirize her, and feminist retellings like Pat Barker's The Silence of the Girls highlight her victimhood amid patriarchal wars. Linguistically, her name may derive from Hellene, torch, or Indo-European roots for light or capture, tying her to solar or abduction motifs. Now let's anchor this myth in time. The Helen legend is rooted in the Greek Bronze Age, circa 1600-1100 BC, specifically the Mycenaean period's twilight around 1200 BCE. Amid the Bronze Age collapse, an era of palace destructions, migrations and upheavals that ended centralized kingdoms. This heroic age provides the setting for the Trojan War, with heroes like Agamemnon reflecting one-acts kings in Linear B tablets from Pylos and Mycenae, detailing bureaucratic economies, chariots, and bronze weaponry matching epic descriptions. The myth's earliest written forms appear in Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, composed orally in the 8th century BCE, circa 750-700 BCE, during the Archaic period, a time of city-state emergence, colonization, and the revival of writing with the Greek alphabet adapted from Phoenician. Homer, a legendary Ionian bard, synthesized centuries-old oral traditions from Oidoi, singers, who performed at feasts using formulaic phrases like Helen of the White Arms to aid memorization in dactylic hexameter. Fragments of the tale predate Homer. Hesiod's Catalogue of Women, 7th century BCE, details her genealogy, while the epic cycle, lost poems like the Cypria, attributed to Stasinus, 7th-6th century BCE, expands on her abduction and the war's prelude. By the classical period, the 5th-4th centuries BCE, she's central in Athenian drama. Aeschylus's Oresteia touches her through Clytemnestra's vengeance. Sophocles and Euripides dramatize her in plays like Helen, 412 BCE, blending tragedy with comedy amid the Peloponnesian War's disillusionment. Vase paintings from the 8th century BCE depict her abduction or war scenes, indicating widespread oral circulation post-Dark Ages, 1100-800 BCE, when memories of Mycenaean glory were preserved in bardic lore. The myth evolved through Hellenistic, 4th–1st centuries BCE, rationalizations. Herodotus, 5th century BCE, suggests Helen never reached Troy, staying in Egypt based on priestly accounts, influencing Euripides and Roman adaptations, where she's Helena in Ovid's Heroides as a letter-writing lover. Medieval Europe Christianized her as a cautionary tale of vanity, while the Renaissance revived her as a romantic icon in Shakespeare's Troilus and Cressida. Archaeological interest surged in the 19th century with Heinrich Schliemann's excavations at Hisarlik, Troy, from 1871–1890, uncovering 9 layers, with Troy Sevener, circa 1300–1180 BCE, showing fire destruction possibly from warfare, aligning with the epic's 10-year siege. Hittite texts mention Wilusa, Ilios, Troy, and Ahiyawa, Achaeans, Greeks, in conflicts around 1250 BCE, with a Alexandru, Paris, Alexander, as a treaty-signing king. Egyptian records of Sea People's invasions circa 1200 BCE evoke the collapse era, perhaps inspiring war narratives. So, was there a historical Helen of Troy? While she remains elusive in direct evidence, no inscriptions or tombs name her, scholars view her as likely a mythic construct with possible roots in real Bronze Age figures or cultural archetypes, amplified through oral tradition to explain historical upheavals. The Trojan War has a historical kernel. Most experts accept Hisarlik as Troy, with layers showing destruction around 1180 BCE, potentially from Greek raids over trade routes or resources, not beauty. Hittite archives describe a great king of Ahiyawa clashing with Wilusa, echoing Agamemnon's coalition. Helen may amalgamate real Mycenaean queens. Linear B tablets list high-status women managing estates and rituals, perhaps inspiring her Spartan origins. Some theorize she derives from a pre-Greek fertility goddess, like a Minoan deity of beauty and vegetation, syncretized with Indo-European abduction myths, e.g., Persephone or Sita in the Ramayana. Her cult in Sparta, worshipped at the Menelaean shrine, excavated with Bronze Age foundations, and Platanista's plane tree grove, suggests origins in local divinity, with rituals involving girls swinging from trees evoking fertility and initiation. Historian Bettany Hughes, in her 2005 book, Helen of Troy Goddess, Princess Whore, updated editions to 2025, portrays her as a Mycenaean aristocrat, drawing on artifacts like ivory combs and gold jewelry from shaft graves, symbolizing elite women's roles in diplomacy and alliances. Perhaps a real princess's elopement or abduction sparked conflicts. Alternative inspirations include Hittite princesses in diplomatic marriages or Egyptian records of Danaans Greeks, women in harems. Feminist scholars like Ruby Blondell argue Helen represents patriarchal projections of female danger, while psychoanalytic views see her as an archetype of the anima. Recent digs at Sparta reveal Mycenaean palaces, circa 1400 BCE, with frescoes of adorned women, potentially evoking Helen's court. Genetic studies trace Aegean migrations post-collapse, with myths preserving memories of displaced elites. Skeptics, like Manfred Kaufmann, Troy excavator until 2005, note no proof of a single war, but evidence of multiple conflicts. The Thousand Ships exaggerates, with realistic fleets numbering dozens. Near Eastern parallels, Ugaritic tales of goddesses causing wars, suggest borrowed motifs. In 2025, announcements, LIDAR surveys at Hisarlik uncovered potential siege ditches, bolstering war historicity, though Helen remains symbolic. Ultimately, while no singular historical Helen emerges, her legend encapsulates Bronze Age realities, alliances, raids, and the commodification of women, transformed into enduring myth. As we turn to our next figure, consider how such stories veil history in allure, preserving echoes of ancient power struggles. Number 6. Paris of Troy. The Trojan prince whose fateful judgment of divine beauty and subsequent abduction of Helen ignited the decade-long Trojan War, a figure embodying youthful impulsiveness, romantic passion and tragic destiny in Greek mythology, whose actions precipitated the fall of his city and the enduring epic of heroism and hubris that has shaped Western literature for millennia. In Homer's Iliad, Paris, also known as Alexander, is depicted as a handsome but flawed warrior. Skilled with the bow, yet often criticized for his cowardice and reliance on divine favor, a man whose personal desires clash with the duties of royalty and the inexorable demands of fate, ultimately dooming his family and people in a conflict that blends human frailty with godly interference. The legend commences with Paris's ominous birth, a portent of destruction woven into the fabric of Trojan royalty. King Priam of Troy and Queen Hecuba, already parents to numerous children including the valiant Hector, await their son's arrival. Hecuba dreams she gives birth to a flaming torch that sets Troy ablaze. A vision interpreted by the seer Aesacus, or sometimes Cassandra, as a dire omen that the child will cause the city's ruin. Terrified, Priam orders the infant exposed on Mount Ida, a common ancient practice for unwanted or ill-fated offspring, leaving him to die from the elements or wild beasts. But fate intervenes. A shepherd named Agelaus finds the baby, names him Paris, possibly from Periau, to defend, or a non-Greek Luwian origin meaning fighter, and raises him as his own among the pastures and flocks. Alternatively, some myths claim a she-bear nursed him for 5 days before the shepherd's discovery, emphasizing his semi-divine resilience. Growing up, Paris proves his mettle. He defends the herds from bandits, earning the epithet Alexander, defender of men, and wins a bull judging contest against his unrecognized brothers, revealing his noble blood when Priam, impressed by his fairness, reinstates him as a prince during funeral games for a supposedly dead son. Ironically, himself. Paris's idyllic shepherd life shatters with the judgment of Paris, a pivotal event that seals Troy's fate and highlights themes of vanity, bribery, and divine pettiness. At the wedding of Peleus, a mortal king, and Thetis, a sea nymph, parents of Achilles, the uninvited goddess Eris, Discord, hurls a golden apple inscribed to the fairest, Callisti, into the feast, sparking rivalry among Hera, queen of gods, offering power, Athena, goddess of wisdom, promising victory in war, and Aphrodite, goddess of love, vowing the world's most beautiful woman. Zeus, wary of choosing, delegates the task to Paris, whom Hermes escorts to Mount Ida. Each goddess attempts to sway him. Hera with dominion over Asia and Europe, Athena with martial prowess and wisdom, Aphrodite with Helen of Sparta, wife of Menelaus and the epitome of mortal beauty. Paris, swayed by love and lust, awards the apple to Aphrodite, earning her eternal protection, but the wrath of Hera and Athena, who vow Troy's destruction. This choice, often depicted in art as a nude judgment echoing later beauty contests, underscores Paris's youthfulness. He's portrayed as a beardless Ephibe, and his preference for personal gratification over political prudence. Emboldened by Aphrodite's promise, Paris sails to Sparta on a diplomatic mission, ostensibly to foster ties, but covertly to claim his prize. Hosted lavishly by King Menelaus, he encounters Helen, whose own mythic aura includes divine parentage by Zeus and a history of abductions. When Menelaus departs for Crete to attend his grandfather Catreus's funeral, Paris seizes the moment. Whether Helen elopes willingly, enchanted by Aphrodite's spell, or is abducted against her will remains debated in sources. Homer implies a mix of desire and coercion, while later rationalists like Dictys Cretensis suggest force. Paris and Helen flee with treasures from the palace, stopping at islands like Cythera or Crane for their honeymoon, before reaching Troy via a circuitous route that includes Sidon, where Paris sacks the city, and possibly Egypt. Hecuba and Priam welcome Helen, but Cassandra prophesies doom, ignored amid celebrations. This act breaches Xenia, guest friendship, a sacred Greek custom, invoking the oath of Tyndareus, where Helen's suitors swore to defend her husband, thus mobilizing the Greek alliance under Agamemnon and Menelaus. The Trojan War erupts, with Paris at its epicenter yet often on the periphery of glory. In the Iliad, set in the war's 9th year, Paris is a divisive figure, handsome and eloquent, clad in leopard skin and wielding a curved bow, a weapon associated with Eastern barbarians in Greek eyes. He's skilled in archery, but derided by Hector for shirking melee combat, preferring music and lovemaking. A key scene is his duel with Menelaus. Challenged to single combat to end the war, Paris hurls a spear that pierces Menelaus' shield, but fails to wound him. Menelaus' return throw glances off Paris' helmet. As Menelaus advances with sword drawn, Aphrodite whisks Paris away in a mist to his chamber, compelling Helen to join him despite her scorn for his cowardice. Later, Paris redeems himself by wounding Diomedes and Machaon with arrows, showcasing his marksmanship. Though the Iliad ends before his death, post-Homeric traditions elaborate. Paris slays Achilles with an arrow to the heel, guided by Apollo, avenging Hector, but fulfilling the prophecy of Troy's fall. Wounded fatally by Philoctetes' poisoned arrow, dipped in hydra venom inherited from Heracles, Paris seeks healing from his first love, the nymph Oenone, whom he abandoned for Helen. She refuses out of bitterness, and he dies in agony, remorseful. Oenone later suicides on his pyre. Alternative endings have him surviving briefly or being healed temporarily, but his demise symbolizes the war's tragic symmetry, starting with love, ending in vengeance. Paris's myth resonates with themes of predestination, the perils of beauty and desire, and the clash between individual passion and communal duty. He's often contrasted with Hector, the dutiful hero versus the selfish prince, highlighting Trojan society's internal fractures. His bowmanship evokes Asiatic otherness, while his judgment critiques divine caprice. Later interpretations vary. In Euripides' tragedies like Alexander, he's a tragic victim of prophecy. Virgil's Aeneid vilifies him as the effeminate instigator. Medieval romances like Benoit de Saint-Maur's Roman de Troyes romanticize his affair with Helen, influencing Chaucer's Troilus and Chrysade. Renaissance art, such as Rubens' Judgment of Paris, sensualizes the scene, while modern works like Offenbach's opera La Belle Hélène satirize him. Films like Troy, 2004, portray him as a naive lover, Orlando Bloom, humanizing his flaws. Linguistically, Paris may link to Hittite Pariawatra or Greek Pertho, sack, tying to Troy's fate. Now, let's anchor this myth in time. The Paris legend is set in the Late Bronze Age, around 1300–1180 BCE, during the Mycenaean civilization's peak and the Hittite Empire's dominance in Anatolia, a period of intense trade, diplomacy, and conflicts over resources like tin and amber routes through the Dardanelles. This era saw the Bronze Age collapse, marked by invasions, earthquakes, and droughts that ended palatial societies, providing a historical backdrop for the war's cataclysmic tone. The myth emerges in written form with Homer's Iliad, composed orally circa 750–700 BCE in the archaic Greek period, amid city-state formation, Ionian colonization, and the adoption of the alphabet. Homer draws from older oral traditions, with Paris mentioned in Hesiod's Theogony, late 8th century BCE, and the epic cycles Cypria, 7th–6th century BCE, which details the judgment and abduction. By the classical era, 5th–4th centuries BCE, he's featured in Athenian vase paintings, e.g., red figure craters showing the judgment, and dramas, reflecting post-Persian War's views of Eastern effeminacy. The Roman period adapts him as Paris in Ovid's Heroides, while Byzantine scholars preserve texts. Archaeological interest peaks in the 19th century, with Schliemann's digs at Hisarlik, Troy, revealing layers from 3000 BCE onward, with Troy Sixsevenia, 1300–1180 BCE, showing walls, gates, and fire damage suggestive of siege. So, was there a historical Paris of Troy? Like other Trojan figures, he's likely a mythic composite with tenuous links to Bronze Age realities. Though no direct inscription names him, the Trojan War has archaeological credence. Hisarlik's Troy Sevenalayer, circa 1180 BCE, exhibits fire, arrowheads, and unburied skeletons indicating conflict, possibly with Mycenaean Greeks over trade. Hittite texts from Hattusa, 1400–1200 BCE, mention Wilusa, Ilios Troy, and its king, Alexandru, adopting a Hittite treaty around 1280 BCE, who some scholars equate with Paris Alexander due to phonetic similarity, Alexandros, and vassal status amid Ahiawa. Achaean Greek incursions. A letter from Hittite king Tudhaliya IV references a Wilusan prince, Piyamaradu, as a rogue raider, echoing Paris's piratical abduction. Luwian seals and hieroglyphs suggest parasitis names, potentially related. Paris may derive from a local Anatolian deity or hero, syncretized with Greek myths during the Dark Ages, 1100–800 BCE, when oral poets blended Mycenaean memories with Eastern folklore. Skeptics note the absence of contemporary Greek records. Linear B lacks personal names like Paris, viewing him as an archetype of the handsome but weak prince in Indo-European tales. akin to Absalom or Lancelot. Recent studies, 2025 LiDAR surveys at Troy, reveal potential battlefields, but Paris remains symbolic. Feminist analyses see him as a foil to patriarchal heroes, embodying soft masculinity. Ultimately, while no definitive historical Paris emerges, his legend captures echoes of Bronze Age diplomacy, raids, and cultural clashes, mythologized to explore human folly. As we move to our next figure, reflect on how such tales transform potential warlords into eternal symbols of destiny's caprice. Number 7. Mulan. The legendary Chinese warrior woman who disguised herself as a man to take her aging father's place in the army, a symbol of filial piety, courage, and gender defiance, whose tale has inspired generations through poetry, opera, and global cinema, blending themes of duty, identity, and resilience in a story that challenges traditional roles in a patriarchal society. In the Ballad of Mulan, the earliest and most foundational source of her legend, Hua Mulan, meaning magnolia flower, is portrayed as a humble village girl from a northern Chinese family, whose quiet determination propels her into the chaos of war, where she excels as a soldier for over a decade without her true identity being discovered, ultimately returning home to resume her life with understated humility. The ballad, a concise yet evocative folk poem of about 300 characters, unfolds with rhythmic simplicity, capturing Mulan's journey in vivid snapshots. It opens with Mulan at her loom, weaving silk to the rhythmic tseek-tseek sound, her sighs revealing inner turmoil amid the Khan's, emperor's, call to arms against invading nomads. Her father, listed on the conscription rolls, is too old and frail to serve, with no elder brother to replace him and her younger sibling still a child. Resolute, Mulan buys a horse in the East Market, a saddle in the West, a bridle in the South, and a whip in the North, symbolizing her self-reliant preparation. She bids farewell to her parents at dawn, camps by the Yellow River at dusk, hearing its surging waters, but not her family's cries, and presses on to the Black Mountain by morning, attuned to the war cries echoing like her father's voice. For 12 years she fights valiantly, enduring freezing nights on sentry duty, witnessing generals perish in countless battles, and earning merits through heroic deeds. The Khan rewards the veterans lavishly, thousands of gold pieces, high ranks. But Mulan declines office, requesting only a swift camel to return home. Her parents, hearing of her approach, rush to greet her at the city gates. Her sister adorns herself, and her brother sharpens a knife to slaughter livestock for a feast. In a poignant reveal, Mulan removes her warrior's garb, dons her old dress, combs her hair by the window, and applies makeup, astonishing her comrades who fought beside her for years without suspecting her gender. The poem closes with a metaphor. When a pair of hairs run side by side, who can tell the female from the male? Emphasizing that capability transcends appearance. This narrative isn't just a tale of adventure. It's steeped in Confucian values like Xiao, filial piety, where Mulan's substitution honors her father, and loyalty to the state as she serves the emperor without seeking personal glory. Gender fluidity is subtly explored. Mulan's disguise highlights societal expectations, yet her success questions them, with the hair metaphor suggesting equality in action. Military details evoke the harsh realities of frontier warfare, endless marches, bitter cold, and the anonymity of soldiers in vast armies. Culturally, weaving and makeup symbolize feminine domesticity, contrasting with masculine pursuits like horsemanship and combat, underscoring Mulan's dual identity. The ballad's oral style, with repetitive sounds mimicking looms or horse hooves, aids memorization, reflecting its folk origins. Later expansions add drama. In the 16th century play, The Female Mulan by Xu Wei, she binds her feet, an anachronism, as foot binding emerged later, and faces romantic subplots. Qing dynasty novels like The Romance of Sui and Tang incorporate supernatural elements, such as Mulan receiving divine aid or committing suicide to avoid a forced marriage. Disney's 1998 animated film globalized her, adding humor with Mushu the dragon, a cricket sidekick, and songs like I'll Make a Man Out of You, while the 2020 live-action version emphasizes Qi, life force, and removes musical elements for a grittier tone, drawing criticism for cultural inaccuracies and filming amid human rights concerns. Chinese adaptations like the 2009 film Mulan: Rise of a Warrior portray her as a strategic general leading charges against invaders, blending wuxia action with historical drama. The legend's influence permeates art and society. Tang Dynasty poems reference her, Ming operas dramatize her battles, and modern feminism reinterprets her as an empowered icon, though some critique the return to domesticity as reinforcing norms. In Taiwan and mainland China, she's a patriotic symbol, with statues in parks and schools teaching her story. Linguistically, Mulan combines mu, wood, and lan, orchid, evoking natural beauty and resilience, while her full name, Hua Mulan, flower magnolia, ties to blooming under adversity. The ballad's hair imagery draws from Taoist ideas of harmony between yin and yang, blurring gender binaries. Now, let's trace the origins of this legend through time. The Ballad of Mulan first appears in the Musical Records Old and New, Gujin Yuelu, a 6th century anthology compiled by monk Zhijiang during the Chen dynasty, 557–589 AD, though its composition is dated to the late Northern Wei, 386–534 AD or early 6th century, amid the Northern and Southern dynasties, a tumultuous era of division after the Han collapse in 220 AD, marked by nomadic invasions, shifting alliances, and cultural fusion between Han Chinese and steppe peoples like the Xianbei. The setting reflects Northern Wei's campaigns against the Rouran Khaganate, flexible nomads threatening borders from 402–552 AD, requiring mass conscriptions where family substitutes were common. The poem was likely transmitted orally by folk singers or soldiers, capturing wartime sentiments before being recorded in literary collections. By the Tang Dynasty, 618–907 AD, it was canonized in anthologies like the Yuefu Shiji, with variants adding details like Mulan's suicide to preserve chastity, influenced by evolving Confucian ideals. The Sui-Tang transition, 581–618 AD, saw embellishments, as unified China romanticized northern heroines. During the Song, 960–1279 AD, and Yuan, 1271–1368 AD eras, dramas and novels expanded it, incorporating Mongol elements post-invasion. The Ming, 1368–1644 AD, standardized the tale in vernacular literature, while Qing, 1644–1912 AD versions politicized it for Manchu-Han unity. Western awareness grew in the 19th century via translations, like Robert Thom's 1839 English version, paving the way for global adaptations. The historical context is the period of disunion, 220–589 AD, when northern China, under non-Han dynasties like Northern Wei, founded by Toba Xianbei, adopted Buddhism, reformed land systems, and Sinicized nomadic customs, including greater gender flexibility among steppe women who rode horses and handled weapons. Wars with Rouran involved brutal frontier skirmishes, with armies relying on tribal levies, where women occasionally fought. Archaeological sites like Datong, Northern Wei capital, reveal tombs with warrior figurines, while texts like the Book of Wei describe nomadic lifestyles. So, was there a historical Mulan? While no direct records confirm a specific Hua, Mulan, her name absent from official histories like the Weishu or Tang Annals, scholars, suggest the legend draws from real cultural practices and possibly composite figures of women warriors in nomadic societies. Traditional views in some dynasties treated the ballad as factual, but modern historians, noting inconsistencies like anachronistic titles, Khan for emperor, see it as folklore. Compelling evidence emerges from archaeology. In 2020, anthropologists Christine Lee and Yahaira Gonzalez analyzed skeletons from Mongolian burial sites, identifying two Xianbei women from the 4th–5th century AD with bone marks from archery and horseback riding, indicating they were trained warriors, aligning with Northern Wei's era and suggesting such women inspired Mulan's tale amid socio-political turmoil post-Han. The Xianbei, who ruled Northern Wei, had egalitarian nomadic roots where women defended camps, as seen in earlier Xiongnu burials with armed females. Historical texts mention figures like Wei Empress Dowagers wielding power, or nomadic princesses leading troops, while the ballad may echo real substitutions in conscription. Some propose Mulan as an amalgam of warriors like Fu Hao, Shang Dynasty oracle bone general, or later Tang heroines, though timelines differ. Skeptics argue the small sample size and lack of named evidence make her purely symbolic, a paragon created to promote loyalty during unstable times. Fascinatingly, genetic studies of Xianbei remain show mixed Eurasian ancestry, supporting cultural exchanges that allowed female agency, while artifacts like bows in female tombs corroborate skills. The legend may incorporate Buddhist influences, as Northern Wei promoted the faith, with Mulan's humility echoing bodhisattva ideals. In Mongolia and Xinjiang, similar folk tales of horsewomen persist, hinting at steppe origins. Ultimately, while no singular historical Mulan is proven, the legend likely preserves memories of real warrior women from nomadic frontiers. Mythologized to embody virtues in a divided China, she stands as a testament to hidden strengths, inspiring from ancient ballads to modern screens. As we advance to our next figure, consider how such stories honor the unsung roles of women in history's shadows. Number 8. Sun Tzu. The enigmatic military strategist and philosopher whose treatise, The Art of War, has influenced generals, business leaders, and thinkers for over 2 millennia. A figure shrouded in mystery whose teachings on strategy, deception, and the psychology of conflict transcend the battlefield, offering timeless wisdom on leadership, preparation, and the avoidance of unnecessary strife in a world of perpetual competition. In the traditional narrative, Sun Tzu, also known as Sun Wu or Master Sun, is portrayed as a brilliant tactician from the state of Qi or Wu during China's chaotic spring and autumn period. A man of humble origins who rose through intellect rather than birthright, authoring a concise yet profound manual that emphasizes winning without fighting, knowing oneself and the enemy, and adapting to circumstances like water flowing around obstacles. The legend of Sun Tzu, as detailed in Sima Qian's Records of the Grand Historian, Shiji, paints a vivid portrait of a scholarly warrior whose life exemplifies the principles he espoused. Born around 544 BCE in the state of Qi, modern-day Shandong province, Sun Tzu is said to have descended from a noble family with military roots. His grandfather, Sun Shu, reportedly a strategist himself. Fleeing political turmoil in Qi, Sun Tzu sought refuge in the southern state of Wu, where he lived as a recluse, farming and studying warfare in seclusion. His big break came when he was recommended to King Helu, also spelled Holu or Helu, of Wu by the minister Wu Zixu, a refugee from Chu seeking vengeance against his former state. Skeptical of this unknown scholar's claims, King Helu tested Sun Tzu by asking him to train his palace concubines into a disciplined army. Sun Tzu divided the 180 women into 2 companies, appointing the king's favorite consorts as captains, and drilled them in formations. When they giggled and failed to obey, he executed the captains despite the king's protests, arguing that in the field, a general's orders supersede even the ruler's. The remaining women, terrified, performed flawlessly, proving his methods. Impressed, Helu appointed Sun Tzu as a general. Under Sun Tzu's command, Wu's forces achieved stunning victories. In 512 BCE, he led campaigns against the powerful state of Chu, capturing its capital Ying in 506 BCE after a series of deceptive maneuvers, feigning weakness to lure enemies, using terrain to advantage, and employing spies to sow discord. One famous anecdote describes how Sun Tzu advised dividing forces to appear scattered, then reuniting to strike decisively, embodying his dictum: all warfare is based on deception. He also orchestrated alliances, such as with Yue, to encircle foes. After Helu's death in 496 BCE from wounds inflicted by Yue's king Gujian, Sun Tzu reportedly continued serving under Helu's son, Fuchai, but grew disillusioned with the king's hubris. Fuchai ignored advice, leading to Wu's eventual downfall in 473 BCE at Yue's hands. Sun Tzu vanishes from the record thereafter, possibly retiring to obscurity or dying around 496 BCE, leaving behind The Art of War as his legacy, a 13-chapter text of about 6,000 characters, structured as aphorisms and dialogues, covering topics from strategic assessments, laying plans, to intelligence gathering, the use of spies. The book stresses moral leadership, logistical preparation, and psychological insight. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. He who knows when he can fight and when he cannot will be victorious. Appear weak when you are strong, and strong when you are weak. It's laced with Taoist influences, likening strategy to natural forces, fluid, adaptive, inevitable. But the legend extends beyond biography. The art of war itself is a character in the mythos, a text so versatile it's applied to business, e.g., Michael Porter's competitive strategies echo its principles. Sports, coaches like Phil Jackson used it for NBA teams. And even modern warfare, US generals in Vietnam and Gulf Wars referenced it, as did Mao Zedong in guerrilla tactics. Anecdotes amplify Sun Tzu's genius. He allegedly predicted battles' outcomes by analyzing terrain, weather, and morale. One tale has him using fire attacks on linked boats, prefiguring the Battle of Red Cliffs in 208 CE. In folklore, he's deified as a martial sage, with temples in Shandong honoring him alongside Confucius. The text commentary tradition, beginning with Cao Cao in the 3rd century CE, layers interpretations. Tang Emperor Taizong consulted it for conquests. Song generals applied it against Jin invaders. Globally, translations by Lionel Giles, 1910, and Samuel B. Griffith, 1963, popularized it, influencing figures like Napoleon, who reportedly carried a copy, and Ho Chi Minh. In pop culture, it's quoted in films like Wall Street, Every Battle is Won Before It's Ever Fought, and The Art of War, 2000, while video games like Civilization feature it as a wonder. Thematically, it critiques brute force, advocating intelligence. To fight and conquer in all your battles is not supreme excellence. Supreme excellence consists in breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting. It also warns of war's costs. There has never been a protracted war from which a country has benefited, resonating in eras of endless conflicts. The work's structure is meticulous. Chapter 1 on calculations, terrain, command, discipline. Chapter 3 on offensive strategy. What is of supreme importance in war is to attack the enemy's strategy. Chapter 9 on army maneuvers, with vivid metaphors like march swiftly to places where you are not expected. Linguistic nuances, written in classical Chinese with terse, poetic prose, allow multiple readings, fostering debates on authorship. Archaeological finds, like bamboo slips from Yinkashan Tomb, 1972, confirm the text's antiquity, with versions matching transmitted ones but including a lost Sun Bin's Art of War, suggesting a school of strategists. Now, let's trace the origins of this legend through time. The art of war is traditionally dated to the late spring and autumn period, circa 512–496 BCE, a time of interstate warfare among feudal lords vying for dominance after the Zhou dynasty's decline around 771 BCE, when the capital moved east, ushering in fragmented power with states like Qi, Jin, Chu, Wu, and Yue engaging in alliances, betrayals, and innovations in infantry, chariots, and espionage. This era, named for the spring and autumn annals, Chunqiu, saw philosophical ferment. Confucius, 551–479 BCE, emphasized ethics, while legalists like Shangyang focused on statecraft, providing fertile ground for military treatises. The text first appears in written form during the Warring States period, 475–221 BCE, with mentions in works like the Han Feizi, 3rd century BCE, attributing it to Sun Wu. Sima Qian's Shiji, compiled around 91 BCE in the Han dynasty, provides the earliest biography, drawing from oral traditions or lost records, but written over 400 years after Sun Tzu's supposed life, are raising questions of reliability. By the Han, 206 BCE, 220 CE, it was canonized as one of the 7 military classics, studied in imperial academies. Tang, 680–907 CE, commentaries by Li Quan and Du Mu added anecdotes, while Song, 960–1279 CE editions standardized it amid Mongol threats. The Ming, 1368–1644 CE, printed it widely, influencing samurai in Japan, introduced via Korea around 7th century, key in Tokugawa strategy. In Europe, Jesuit missionary Amiot translated it in 1782, impacting military thinkers like Clausewitz. The 20th century saw surges. Mao Zedong credited it for communist victories. US military academies teach it post-Vietnam. Recent scholarship, like Ralph Sawyer's 1994 translation, analyzes its evolution through unearthed texts. So, was there a historical Sun Tzu? The question remains debated, with evidence pointing to a legendary construct built around a kernel of real strategists, though some maintain he was a singular figure. Proponents cite Sima Qian's detailed account, including verifiable events like Wu's conquest of Chu in 506 BCE, corroborated by the Zuo Zhuan, a 4th century BCE commentary on the Spring and Autumn Annals, which describes battles aligning with Sun Tzu's tactics. Deception at Boju, where Wu feigned retreat to exhaust Chu forces. Archaeological evidence from the Yingquishan Han tomb, 140–118 BCE, unearthed bamboo slips of The Art of War, nearly identical to modern versions, proving the text's existence by the 2nd century BCE, and mentioning Sun Wu alongside other strategists, suggesting contemporaneity. King Helu's tomb near Suzhou, excavated in 1994 with bronze weapons and inscriptions, confirms his reign, 514–496 BCE, and military expansions, lending credence to Sun Tzu's service. Chinese historians like those at the Academy of Military Sciences argue for his reality, viewing doubts as Western skepticism, and point to family genealogies tracing Sun descendants, including Sun Bin, 4th century BCE, a purported pupil who authored his own Art of War. Skeptics, however, highlight the lack of contemporary records, no inscriptions, oracle bones, or bronzes named Sun Wu from the 6th–5th centuries BCE, a period rich in artifacts from states like Wu and Chu. The Shiji, while foundational, contains legendary elements, e.g., the concubine test parallels other apocryphal tales, and Sima Qian may have conflated figures. Some scholars propose Sun Tzu as a pseudonym, Master Sun, for a compilation by warring states thinkers, influenced by Taoism and legalism, with stylistic inconsistencies suggesting multiple authors. Sun Bin's text, also from Yingquishan, overlaps with The Art of War, leading theories that Sun Bin, a real Qi strategist maimed by rival Pang Juan, was retroactively linked to a fictional ancestor. Western historians like those in the World History Encyclopedia note parallels with disputed figures like Homer or King Arthur, where oral traditions mythologize composites. A 2023 analysis in the 1440 Review suggests later Han scholars invented biographies to legitimize the text amid imperial unification under Qin, 221 BCE, which burned books but spared military works. No tomb or relics attributed to Sun Tzu exist, unlike Confucius's preserved sites. Recent debates, as in a 2025 article on Strategy in Brief, weigh traditionalist views against textual criticism, concluding he may represent a school rather than an individual. Other inspirations include earlier texts, like the Wu Yue Chung Qiu, 1st century CE, chronicling Wu Yue wars with strategic anecdotes possibly attributed to Sun Tzu retroactively. Nomadic threats from Xiongnu may have influenced frontier tactics in the book. Psychologically, Sun Tzu embodies the wise advisor archetype in Chinese folklore, akin to Zhuge Liang in later romances. In 2025, AI analyses of textual linguistics suggest compilation over centuries, with core chapters from 5th century BCE and additions up to Han. Ultimately, whether a real general or a mythic sage, Sun Tzu's legend encapsulates ancient China's strategic genius, preserving insights that endure in boardrooms and battlefields. As we proceed to our next figure, ponder how such enigmatic personas distill collective wisdom, blurring the line between history and inspiration. Number 9. Hercules. The demigod hero of Greco-Roman mythology, renowned for his superhuman strength, 12 impossible labors and tragic mortality. A figure whose exploits symbolize the triumph of civilization over chaos, the burdens of heroism and the capriciousness of the gods, inspiring art, literature, and philosophy from antiquity to modern superhero tales. In the classical narratives, Hercules, known as Heracles in Greek, meaning glory of Hera, is depicted as a muscle-bound champion with a club and lion-skin cloak, a son of Zeus burdened by the vengeful goddess Hera's machinations, whose life is a series of trials that test his physical prowess, cunning, and endurance, ultimately leading to apotheosis as he bridges the mortal and divine realms. The myth begins with Hercules' extraordinary conception and birth, a tale of divine infidelity and mortal consequence that sets the stage for his lifelong strife. Zeus, the king of the gods, lusts after Alcmene, the beautiful wife of Amphitryon, a Theban general and grandson of Perseus. Disguising himself as Amphitryon, away on a military campaign, Zeus prolongs the night threefold with Alcmene, conceiving Hercules. That same night, Amphitryon returns and also lies with her, fathering Hercules' twin brother Iphicles, Hera, Zeus's jealous wife, discovers the affair and vows revenge on the child. She delays Hercules' birth by tying the legs of the birth goddess Eileithyia, allowing Eurystheus, another descendant of Perseus, to be born first in Argos, thus claiming the kingship promised by Zeus to the firstborn. Alcmene, in agony, is aided by her servant Galanthus, who tricks Eileithyia into untying her legs, allowing the twins' birth. But Galanthus is transformed into a weasel as punishment. As an infant, Hercules displays his strength. Hera sends 2 serpents to kill him in his cradle, but he strangles them with his bare hands, astonishing his parents. Raised in Thebes, he receives education from masters like Autolycus, wrestling, Eurytus, archery, and Linus, music, killing Linus accidentally with a lyre when struck during a lesson, foreshadowing his volatile temper. As a young man, Hercules faces a crossroads of virtue and vice, allegorized in Prodicus's fable, retold by Xenophon. 2 women approach him, vice, Carcia, offering pleasure and ease, and virtue, Arete, promising glory through toil. He chooses virtue, embarking on heroic deeds. He slays the lion of Cithaeron, terrorizing Thespiae, earning 50 nights with King Thespius' daughters, fathering the Thespiads, and marries Megara, daughter of Creon of Thebes, after aiding in a war against Orchomenus. But Hera strikes again, driving him mad. In a fit, he kills his children, and sometimes Megara, with arrows or by hurling them into a fire. Seeking purification, he consults the Oracle of Delphi, where Pythia renames him Heracles from Alcides and orders him to serve King Eurystheus of Tiryns for 12 years, performing any labors assigned, penance that will grant immortality. The 12 labors form the core of the legend, a series of increasingly arduous tasks designed by Eurystheus, prompted by Hera, to kill Hercules, but which he completes with brute force, ingenuity, and occasional divine aid. First, slay the Nemean lion, an invulnerable beast ravaging Nemea. Hercules strangles it after arrows fail, skins it with its own claws, and wears the pelt as armor. Second, kill the Lernaean Hydra, a multi-headed serpent in Lerna's swamp, whose heads regrow when severed, with poisonous blood and breath. Aided by nephew Iolaus, who cauterizes necks with fire, Hercules beheads it, burying the immortal central head, and dips arrows in its venom. Eurystheus disqualifies this for help received. Third, capture the golden hind of Cerenea, sacred to Artemis, with golden antlers and bronze hooves. Hercules pursues it for a year, wounding it gently to capture alive. Fourth, seize the Erymanthian boar, a massive creature terrorizing Sophis. Hercules drives it from snowdrifts with shouts, traps it in a net. En route, he visits Centaur Pholus, leading to a brawl where he accidentally kills Chiron with a poisoned arrow, granting the immortal centaur release from pain. The labors escalate. Fifth, clean the Augean stables, housing 3,000 immortal cattle uncleaned for 30 years. Hercules diverts the Alpheus and Peneus rivers to flush them in a day. Eurystheus voids it for payment via the rivers. Sixth, slay the Stymphalian birds, man-eating avians with bronze beaks near Lake Stymphalis. Athena provides castanets from Hephaestus to scare them into flight, where Hercules shoots them. Seventh, capture the Cretan bull ravaging Crete, father of the Minotaur. He wrestles it submissive and ships it to Tiryns. Eighth, steal the mares of Diomedes, man-eating horses in Thrace fed human flesh. Hercules feeds Diomedes to them, taming them, though his companion Abderus is devoured. Ninth, retrieve the girdle of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. She offers it willingly, but Hera stirs conflict, leading to battle where Hercules kills her and takes the belt. 10th, rustle the cattle of Geryon, a 3-bodied giant on Erythea. En route, he splits the pillars of Hercules, Strait of Gibraltar, slays the 2-headed dog Orthrus and Geryon with club and arrows, herds the red cattle back, despite obstacles like Hera's gadfly swarm. The final labors delve into the supernatural. 11th, fetch the golden apples of the Hesperides, guarded by a dragon in a distant garden. Hercules tricks Atlas into retrieving them while holding the sky, then deceives him back into position. 12th, capture Cerberus, the 3-headed hound of Hades, from the underworld. With Hermes and Athena's guidance, he wrestles it bare-handed, no weapons allowed, drags it to the surface to show Eurystheus, who hides in a jar, and returns it. Completing the labors, Hercules is freed, but continues adventuring. He joins the Argonauts briefly, slays giants like Antaeus, who draws strength from earth by lifting him, and Busiris in Egypt. Founds the Olympic Games after a foot race or to honor Zeus. Sacks Troy after King Laomedon cheats him of promised horses for rescuing Hesione from a sea monster. Marries Deianira after wrestling river god Achelous. Tragedy strikes when centaur Nessus, ferrying Deianira, attempts assault. Hercules kills him with a poisoned arrow. Dying, Nessus gives Deianira his blood-soaked tunic, claiming it's a love charm. Years later, jealous of Iole, Deianira sends the tunic. It poisons Hercules, burning his flesh. In agony, he builds a pyre on Mount Oeta, ascends it, and Philoctetes lights it. Thunderbolts consume his mortal part. Zeus elevates his divine essence to Olympus, where he reconciles with Hera and marries Hebe. The myth brims with symbolism. Labors represent civilizing forces taming wild nature, lions, boars, or conquering death. Cerberus, apples of immortality. His club and lion skin evoke primal power domesticated. Madness episodes explore hubris and atonement. Variants abound. Roman Hercules emphasizes stoic virtue, absorbing Etruscan and Italic elements. Cults worshipped him as averter of evil, Hercules Invictus. Influences include Near Eastern heroes like Gilgamesh, Labor's parallel, or Melkart, Phoenician god of Tyre, syncretized during colonization. In art, he's ubiquitous. Mycenaean seals show lion fights. Archaic vases depict labors. Hellenistic statues like the Farnese Hercules capture weary strength. Renaissance revivals in Michelangelo's works. Modern comics as Superman's precursor, or Disney's 1997 film, sanitizing the tale with songs and humor. Now let's anchor this myth in time. The Hercules legends are rooted in the Mycenaean Bronze Age, circa 1600 to 1100 BCE, a period of palatial kingdoms, heroic warfare, and cultural exchanges across the Mediterranean, where real chieftains may have inspired tales of monster-slaying raids. This era's collapse around 1200 BCE, amid invasions and upheavals, preserved oral memories of a heroic age in bardic traditions. The myths coalesce in the Archaic period, 8th to 6th centuries BCE, with earliest references in Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, circa 750-700 BCE, where Hercules is mentioned as a past hero who sacked Troy once and descended to Hades. Hesiod's Theogony and Catalogue of Women, late 8th century BCE, outline his genealogy and labors. By the 7th century BCE, the epic cycle's lost poems like the Heraclea expand his story, while vase paintings from Corinth and Athens depict scenes like the Hydra battle. The classical period, 5th-4th centuries BCE, canonizes him in Pindar's odes, celebrating athletic prowess and tragedies. Sophocles' Trachiniae dramatizes his death. Euripides' Heracles explores his madness. Temples and cults proliferate. Thebes claims his birthplace, with festivals like the Heraclea. Rome adopts him early, 6th century BCE temple to Hercules Victor. Hellenistic, 3rd-1st centuries BCE, writers like Apollonius Rhodius include him in Argonautica. Roman adaptations under the name Hercules emphasize imperial virtues, with emperors like Commodus identifying with him. Medieval Europe Christianizes him as a precursor to Christ, conquering hell like the harrowing. Renaissance humanists revive originals. Archaeological evidence like Linear B tablets mentioning Heracles as a name suggests pre-Homeric roots. So was there a historical Hercules? Like many mythic heroes, he's likely a composite of folklore, exaggerated tales of real Bronze Age warriors, and cultural borrowings, with no single archaeological proof but intriguing parallels, suggesting roots in actual figures or archetypes. Ancient sources speculated he was based on one or more strongmen whose deeds grew legendary over time. Possible inspirations include Mycenaean chieftains. Excavations at Thebes and Tiryns reveal massive citadels and lion hunts on frescoes, echoing labors. A 13th century BCE seal from Pylos shows a hero fighting a multi-headed beast, akin to the Hydra. Some link him to Near Eastern myths. Gilgamesh's labors, lion slaying, bull wrestling parallel, suggesting transmission via Minoan or Hittite contacts. The biblical Samson, strongman with lion kill, pillars toppling, shares motifs, possibly via Phoenician trade. Samson's name derives from solar terms like Hercules' ties to Melkart. Scholars propose a pre-Greek substrate. Hercules' cult in non-Indo-European areas like Sardinia Nuragic bronzes of warriors, or Iberia, pillars, hints at indigenous strongman gods adopted by Greeks. A theory posits influence from Egyptian pharaohs or Semitic heroes, with Heracles possibly from Harakte, Horus. No tomb or inscription confirms a real Hercules, but Hittite texts mention Tahunzas, storm god with club, or Luwian Runtias, stag god, syncretized during colonization. Skeptics argue pure invention, but the density of pan-Mediterranean parallels, Etruscan Hercle, Celtic Ogma, suggests a shared Indo-European hero archetype amplified by oral poets. Recent genetic studies trace Mycenaean elites with steppe ancestry, evoking wandering heroes. 2025 LiDAR at Nemea reveals potential lion hunt sites. Ultimately, while no definitive historical Hercules exists, the legend preserves echoes of Bronze Age adventurers, raiders, and cult figures, mythologized to embody human potential and peril. As we journey to our next figure, reflect on how such colossal tales magnify the feats of forgotten mortals into eternal lore. Number 10. Achilles. The invincible Greek warrior whose wrath drives the narrative of Homer's Iliad, a demigod hero of the Trojan War celebrated for his unmatched prowess in battle, tragic vulnerability, and complex humanity, whose story explores themes of glory, mortality, honor, and the devastating costs of pride in a world governed by fate and the whims of the gods. In the epic tradition, Achilles, son of the sea nymph Thetis and the mortal king Peleus, is portrayed as the greatest of the Achaean fighters. Swift-footed, beautiful yet ferocious, clad in gleaming armor forged by Hephaestus, wielding a massive ash spear from Mount Pelion, and embodying the heroic ideal of arete, excellence, tempered by a fatal flaw, his all-consuming anger that leads to personal loss and collective suffering. The legend commences with Achilles' miraculous birth and upbringing, a blend of divine prophecy and maternal desperation that underscores his semi-divine nature and predestined tragedy. Peleus, king of the Myrmidons in Phthia, Thessaly, wins Thetis' hand after wrestling her through her shape-shifting forms, fish, bird, serpent, a feat advised by the centaur Chiron or Proteus. Their wedding, attended by gods on Mount Pelion, is marred by Eris's golden apple, sparking the judgment of Paris and ultimately the Trojan War. Thetis, forewarned by prophecy that her son will either live long in obscurity or die young in glory at Troy, attempts to make him immortal. In the most famous version, she dips infant Achilles in the river Styx, holding him by the heel, rendering his body invulnerable except that spot, hence the Achilles heel. Alternative myths have her anointing him with ambrosia and burning away his mortality in fire, interrupted by Peleus, or hiding him among girls on Skyros disguised as Pyrrha to evade the war. Raised by Chiron on Pelion, Achilles learns hunting, medicine, and warfare, feasting on lion marrow and honey for strength. At 9, the seer Calchas prophesies Troy won't fall without him. Odysseus and Nestor recruit him from Skyros, where he's hidden among King Lycomedes' daughters, fathering Neoptolemus, Pyrrhus, with Deidamia. Achilles sails to Troy with 50 ships of Myrmidons, accompanied by his beloved companion Patroclus, variously his cousin, friend, or lover in later interpretations, and Phoenix as tutor. The Iliad captures the war's 9th year, focusing on Achilles' menace, wrath, and its repercussions, a 24-book epic of gods, battles, and human frailty. En route to Troy, Achilles sacks cities like Lyrnessus, capturing Briseis as a war prize, a beautiful captive who becomes central to his conflict. The poem opens with a plague sent by Apollo after Agamemnon dishonors his priest Chryses by refusing to return daughter Chryseis. Achilles, as the Greeks' champion, calls an assembly, urging Agamemnon to relent. The king complies but seizes Briseis in compensation, humiliating Achilles. Enraged at this affront to his time, honor, Achilles withdraws from battle, retreating to his tents with Patroclus and the Myrmidons, praying to Thetis for Zeus to favor the Trojans and punish the Greeks. As Trojans led by Hector advance, slaughtering Achaeans, Agamemnon sends Odysseus, Ajax, and Phoenix to beg Achilles' return, offering treasures, Briseis' return, unviolated, and marriage to one of his daughters. Achilles refuses, citing life's brevity and glory's hollowness, in a poignant speech on fate. My mother Thetis tells me 2 paths lead to death, stay at Troy for undying fame but short life, or return home for long life without renown. The embassy fails, but Patroclus, moved by Greek losses, borrows Achilles' armor to rally them, driving back Trojans but slain by Hector with Apollo's aid. Grief-stricken, Achilles ends his wrath, reconciled with Agamemnon after Thetis procures new armor from Hephaestus. A divine set with a shield depicting the cosmos, symbolizing the world's order amid chaos. Vengeful, Achilles rampages. He slaughters Trojans in droves, choking the Scamander River with bodies until the god attacks him. He duels Hector outside the walls, chasing him thrice around Troy before slaying him with a spear to the throat. The only gap in Hector's armor, borrowed from Patroclus, defiling the corpse by dragging it behind his chariot. Achilles denies burial, but Priam, guided by Hermes, ransoms Hector's body in a moving night visit, where the two enemies share grief, humanizing the hero. The Iliad ends with Hector's funeral, foreshadowing Troy's fall and Achilles' death. Post-Homeric tales elaborate. In the Aethiopis, Achilles kills Amazon queen Penthesilea, falling in love post-mortem, and Ethiopian king Memnon, both Trojan allies. His demise comes from Paris's arrow to the heel, guided by Apollo, during a temple ambush or gate battle. Odysseus retrieves his body amid fierce fighting. Thetis mourns with Nereids, his ashes mixed with Patroclus's in a golden urn. Odysseus wins Achilles' armor over Ajax, leading to Ajax's suicide. Neoptolemus inherits the spear, aiding Troy's sack. In the afterlife, Achilles dwells in the Isles of the Blessed or Luke, marrying Medea or Helen, his shade advising Odysseus in the Odyssey. Beyond the epic, Achilles' myth delves into profound themes that have captivated interpreters across ages. He embodies the heroic code, living for kleos, eternal fame, yet questioning its worth in speeches on mortality, influencing philosophers like Plato, critiquing Homer's gods, and existentialists like Camus, rage against absurd fate. His bond with Patroclus, homoerotic in Aeschylus's Lost Myrmidons and Plato's Symposium, symbolizes profound love transcending war. Vulnerability motifs, the heel, wrath, symbolize human frailty amid strength. Variants include his education, learning invulnerability spells, or wounds only healing with rust from the spear that caused them. The legend influenced Roman epics. Virgil's Aeneas mirrors his valor. Medieval romances, Troilus tales, Renaissance art, Rubens's paintings, and modern works. Madeline Miller's The Song of Achilles reimagines his romance. Films like Troy, 2004, with Brad Pitt, humanize him as a reluctant warrior. Linguistically, Achilles may derive from achos, grief, and laos, people, evoking the sorrow he causes. Now let's anchor this myth in time. The Achilles legend is set in the Mycenaean Bronze Age, circa 1300–1200 BCE, amid the height of palatial civilizations with warrior elites, chariot battles, and Mediterranean trade networks. Specifically the Trojan War around 1180 BCE during the Bronze Age collapse, an era of droughts, invasions, sea peoples, and societal upheavals that razed cities like Mycenae and Pylos. This dark age, 1200–800 BCE, preserved oral memories of heroic exploits through Aoidoi, bards. The myths solidify in the Archaic period, 8th to 6th centuries BCE, with Homer's Iliad, composed orally circa 750–700 BCE in Ionia, using dactylic hexameter and formulaic phrases like swift-footed Achilles for memorization. The Odyssey follows, referencing his afterlife. By the 7th century BCE, the epic cycles Aethiopis and Little Iliad, attributed to Arctinus and Lesches, detail his death and armor contest. Hesiod, late 8th century BCE, mentions him in Theogony. Vase paintings from 8th century BCE depict Achilles-Patroclus scenes, indicating widespread familiarity. In the classical era, 5th–4th centuries BCE, he's central in Athenian tragedy. Sophocles' Philoctetes involves his bow. Euripides' Iphigenia in Aulis ties to his wedding ruse. Cults venerate him, at Troy's tumuli, or as a healing hero in Thessaly. Roman adoption as Achilles in Ovid's Metamorphoses embeds him further, with emperors like Alexander the Great emulating him, visiting his tomb. Medieval texts rationalize him, Dictes and Dares as eyewitnesses. Renaissance revivals in Shakespeare's Troilus and Cressida satirize him. Archaeological interest surges with Schliemann's 1870s digs at Hisarlik, Troy, and Mycenae, uncovering Agamemnon's mask. So was there a historical Achilles? Consensus holds him as mythic, with no direct evidence like inscriptions or tombs, naming a real Achilles, but tantalizing clues suggest roots in composite, Bronze Age warriors or chieftains whose exploits were exaggerated through oral tradition to explain historical events like the Trojan War. The war itself has archaeological backing. Heinrich Schliemann's excavations at Hisarlik revealed 9 layers, with Troy Sedna destroyed by fire around 1180 BCE, possibly warfare, aligning with epic timelines. Bronze arrowheads and unburied skeletons suggest conflict. Hittite texts mention Ahiyawa, Achaeans, clashing with Wilusa, Ilios Troy, including a rogue Payamaradu raiding coasts, echoing Greek piratical heroes. Linear B tablets from Pylos, circa 1200 BCE, describe warrior elites with chariots and bronze armor, matching Achilles' gear, managing raids and tributes. Some theorize Achilles as a Mycenaean Basilius, local king from Phthia with his myrmidons, ant-men, possibly referencing ant-like diligence or a clan totem. The Achilles heel may derive from Indo-European vulnerability motifs like Balder's mistletoe or Siegfried's leaf spot, but could echo real injuries in oral tales. Cult sites blur lines. A tumulus near Troy, identified as Achilles's by ancient travelers like Alexander, who raced around it, was excavated in the 19th century, revealing Bronze Age artifacts though not directly linked. On Luke, Snake Island, Black Sea, a temple to Achilles yielded inscriptions from sailors, 3rd century BCE, 3rd CE, indicating hero worship of a possibly historical navigator deified. Skeptics note geographic inconsistencies. Achilles' homeland mismatches real Thessaly, and lack of contemporary Greek records naming him, suggesting pure poetry from Homer's synthesis of older myths. Near Eastern parallels, Ugaritic Akkad or Babylonian Gilgamesh, share motifs of divine parentage and heroic death. Genetic studies trace Greek migrations post-collapse, with myths allegorizing exploratory raids. In 2025, ongoing digs at Hisarlik, using LiDAR uncovered potential siege camps, bolstering war historicity, though Achilles remains emblematic rather than empirical. Ultimately, while no singular historical Achilles emerges, the legend preserves echoes of Bronze Age realities. Raiding kings, collapsing alliances, and seafaring odysseys, transformed into an archetype of the flawed hero. He endures as a mirror to human ambition, from ancient epics to contemporary psyches. As we advance to our next figure, contemplate how such warriors bridge myth and memory, immortalizing the struggles of vanished ages. Number 11. King Midas. The legendary Phrygian ruler whose fabled ability to turn everything he touched into gold has become a timeless cautionary tale of greed, unintended consequences, and the perils of unchecked desire. A figure whose myths blend elements of divine favor, human folly, and royal tragedy, inspiring moral fables, artistic depictions, and philosophical reflections on wealth and wisdom across cultures and eras. In the classical Greek narratives, King Midas is portrayed as a prosperous but imprudent monarch of Phrygia in Anatolia, modern-day central Turkey. A man of earthly appetites who interacts with gods like Dionysus and Apollo, only to suffer humiliating repercussions that underscore the themes of hubris, judgment, and the fleeting nature of fortune. Stories that transform him from a historical potentate into an archetypal symbol of avarice gone awry. The most iconic legend of King Midas revolves around his infamous golden touch, a gift that spirals into a curse, illustrating the ancient adage that one should be careful what one wishes for. According to Ovid's Metamorphoses and other sources drawing from earlier Greek tales, Midas ruled over a fertile kingdom renowned for its rose gardens and vineyards, living in opulent luxury amid the highlands of Phrygia. One day, his servants discover the satyr Silenus, companion and tutor to Dionysus, the god of wine and revelry, wandering drunk and lost in the king's gardens after a bacchanalian feast. Midas treats Silenus with hospitality for 10 days, feasting and entertaining him, before escorting him back to Dionysus in Lydia. Grateful for the safe return of his foster father, Dionysus offers Midas any boon he desires. Without hesitation, Midas requests that everything he touches turn to gold, envisioning boundless wealth to secure his legacy and indulge his greed. The god grants it reluctantly, warning of potential regret. But Midas rejoices initially, turning branches, stones, and even water in a stream to gleaming metal as he tests his new power on the way home. Elated, Midas orders a lavish banquet to celebrate, but horror ensues. Bread crumbles to gold in his hands. Wine solidifies into a metallic lump as it touches his lips, and even the tender meat he attempts to eat transforms into inedible treasure. Starving amid abundance, Midas realizes his folly. His palace becomes a gilded prison, where every comfort turns cold and lifeless. In desperation, he embraces his young daughter, named Marigold or Zoe in some variants, only to watch her petrify into a golden statue, her playful laughter silenced forever. This heart-wrenching moment amplifies the myth's pathos, symbolizing how greed corrupts familial bonds and human warmth. Midas begs Dionysus for mercy, who instructs him to wash away the gift in the river Pactolus near Sardis. Plunging into its waters, Midas transfers the golden touch to the river's sands, which legend claims explains the gold deposits in Lydia's streams, a mythological etiology for the region's historical wealth in Electrum, a gold-silver alloy. Restored, Midas renounces luxury, adopting a simple life in the countryside, worshipping Pan, the rustic god of nature, as a form of atonement. This tale, popularized by Ovid in the 1st century CE, but rooted in earlier Greek folklore, serves as a moral allegory. Wealth without wisdom brings ruin, and divine gifts often carry hidden barbs. A second prominent myth further cements Midas's reputation for poor judgment, involving his infamous donkey ears and a musical contest that pits rustic simplicity against divine artistry. Retiring to the woods after his golden ordeal, Midas becomes a devotee of Pan, the goat-legged god who plays enchanting melodies on his syrinx, panpipes. Pan, boastful of his musical talents, challenges Apollo, the Olympian god of music, poetry, and the lyre, to a contest. The mountain god Tmolus is appointed judge, with Midas among the audience in the Phrygian hills. Pan performs a lively, earthy tune evoking wild nature, rustling leaves, babbling brooks, and frolicking animals, but Apollo's lyre produces harmonious, celestial strains that captivate with their elegance and complexity. Tmolus awards victory to Apollo, and all agree except Midas, who stubbornly prefers Pan's crude melody, perhaps out of loyalty or rustic bias. Offended, Apollo declares that Midas must have the ears of an ass to appreciate such barbaric music, transforming his ears into long, furry donkey appendages. Humiliated, Midas hides them under a Phrygian cap, a soft, conical hat associated with Eastern peoples and Greek art, swearing his barber to secrecy. The barber, bursting with the gossip, whispers it into a hole in the ground, which sprouts reeds that rustle. Midas has ass's ears in the wind, spreading the tale far and wide. This story, also detailed in Ovid and echoed in Aristophanes' comedies, satirizes foolish pride and the dangers of contradicting superior authority, with Midas as a comic foil to divine perfection. These myths aren't isolated. They interconnect with broader Greek lore, portraying Midas as a semi-barbaric Eastern king whose encounters with Hellenic gods highlight cultural tensions between Greece and Anatolia. In some variants, Midas judges another contest involving Marsyas the satyr, who finds Athena's discarded aulos, double flute, and challenges Apollo, only to be flayed alive for hubris, further associating Midas with misguided aesthetic judgments. Other tales depict him as a son of the great goddess Cybele, or Gordius, his adoptive father, tying him to Phrygian mystery cults involving ecstatic rites, fertility, and resurrection motifs. His golden touch may symbolize alchemical transformations or the corrupting influence of wealth, while the ears evoke animalistic regression or Eastern otherness in Greek eyes. Symbolically, Midas represents the Midas touch as a double-edged sword, modern idiom for profitable ventures gone wrong, and his stories warn against avarice, as in Nathaniel Hawthorne's 19th century retelling in A Wonder Book for Girls and Boys, where the golden daughter is revived by a stranger's kindness. Artistic depictions abound. Ancient Greek vases show Midas with Silenus. Roman mosaics illustrate the touch. Renaissance paintings by Botticelli capture the judgment. Modern operas like King Midas by John Lilly, 16th century, or children's books adapt the fables. In psychology, Midas complex denotes obsessive wealth accumulation. In economics, it metaphors market bubbles. Now, let's trace the origins of this legend through time. The Midas myths emerge in the archaic Greek period, around the 8th to 6th centuries BCE, during Greece's colonization and cultural exchanges with the Near East, a time when Hellenic poets synthesized local Anatolian folklore with Olympian theology amid the rise of city-states and trade networks linking the Aegean to Lydia and Phrygia. The earliest references appear in fragments of 7th century BCE poets like Tyrtaeus, who mentions Midas's wealth, and Herodotus in the 5th century BCE Histories, who recounts the Golden Touch as a Lydian tale, linking it to the Pactolus' gold sands and Midas's dedication of a throne at Delphi. By the classical era, 5th and 4th centuries BCE, the stories solidify. Aristophanes mocks the donkey ears in Plutus, 388 BCE. Plato references Midas's folly in Republic. Xenophon in Anabasis notes Phrygian sites associated with him. The Hellenistic period, 3rd–1st centuries BCE, sees elaboration in Callimachus's hymns and the library of Apollodorus, compiling labors-like elements. Roman authors amplify. Ovid's Metamorphoses, 8 CE, provides the canonical versions, blending Greek sources with Roman moralism. Hyginus's Fabulae, 1st century CE, lists variants. The myths likely originated orally among Phrygian bards, transmitted via Ionian traders, evolving from eulogies of a real king's prosperity into cautionary fables critiquing Eastern luxury amid Greco-Persian wars, 5th century BCE. By the Byzantine era, they're preserved in scholia. Medieval Europe allegorizes them in bestiaries, ears as sin. Renaissance humanists like Erasmus cite them proverbially. Archaeological interest peaks in the 20th century with Gordian excavations, Phrygian capital, revealing Midas's era. The setting harks back to the Iron Age Anatolia, specifically the late 8th to early 7th century BCE. During the Phrygian kingdom's zenith under Midas, amid Assyrian expansions, Lydian rivalries, and Cimmerian invasions that disrupted trade routes from the Black Sea to the Mediterranean. This era saw the transition from Bronze Age collapse remnants to emerging empires, with Phrygia controlling key passes in central Anatolia, amassing wealth from agriculture, mining, and tolls, perhaps inspiring golden myths. Greek colonization of Asia Minor, circa 1700 BCE, facilitated cultural fusion, with Phrygian gods like Cybele influencing Greek ones. The donkey ears may caricature Eastern headdresses or rituals, while the touch reflects electrum coinage innovations in nearby Lydia, 7th century BCE, the world's first minted money. So was there a historical King Midas? Remarkably, yes. Unlike many mythic figures, Midas is attested as a real 8th century BCE ruler of Phrygia, known from contemporary Assyrian and Greek records, whose wealth and diplomatic maneuvers likely inspired the exaggerated legends of golden folly, evolving from historical kernel to moral fable over centuries. Assyrian annals under King Sargon II, 722–705 BCE, refer to Mita of Mushki, a powerful Anatolian king who allied with Urartu against Assyria, sent embassies to thwart Cimmerian hordes, and controlled territories from the Halys River to Cilicia. This Mita, phonetically matching Midas, ruled from Gordian, excavated since 1950 by the University of Pennsylvania, revealing a massive citadel with megaron halls, intricate pebble mosaics, and evidence of destruction around 700 BCE, possibly by Cimmerians, as Herodotus describes Midas's suicide by bull's blood amid invasion. Greek historians corroborate. Herodotus, 5th century BCE, names Midas as son of Gordius, dedicator of offerings at Delphi, including an ivory throne seen by the historian, and husband to a Greek woman, emphasizing Helleno-Phrygian ties. Eusebius's chronology places Midas's reign circa 738–696 BCE, aligning with Assyrian dates. Archaeological gems bolster this. The Midas Mound at Gordian, a 53-meter-high tumulus excavated in 1957, contains a wooden chamber with a king's skeleton, age 60–65, circa 740 BCE, bronze vessels, fibulae, and furniture. Though DNA suggests it's Gordius, Midas's father, the wealth, no gold, but intricate inlays, evokes legendary opulence. Phrygian inscriptions from the Midas monument, Yazilikaya, a 7th century BCE rock-cut facade in the Phrygian valley, bear Mida in Paleo-Phrygian script, possibly dedicating to the deified king or his lineage, blending cult and history. Gold myths may stem from Phrygia's control over gold-rich Pactolus, via alliances with Lydia's king Gyges, who sent Midas's gifts to Delphi, or metaphorical touch for prosperous rule. Midas expanded Phrygia westward, traded with Greeks, and navigated superpowers like Assyria. The ear's tail could caricature Phrygian caps or royal headdresses, or pun on Midas resembling words for ass in folk etymology. Earlier Near Eastern parallels, like Mesopotamian kings with divine gifts turned curses, suggest borrowed motifs via Hittite legacies in Anatolia. Skeptics note discrepancies. No contemporary Phrygian texts name Midas with mythic elements, and Greek accounts, Herodotus onward, mix fact with fancy, possibly conflating multiple Midases, a common name. The golden touch appears late, 4th century BCE in Aristotle fragments, perhaps allegorizing Lydian coinage post-Midas. Yet the convergence of Assyrian meter, Greek Midas, and archaeological grandeur argue for a historical core. A savvy king whose affluence sparked tales of supernatural wealth, embellished to moralize Greek values against barbarian excess. Ultimately, King Midas stands as a rare mythic figure with firm historical footing. A Phrygian monarch whose real diplomatic golden touch inspired fables of literal gold, preserving echoes of Iron Age power plays in enduring lore. As we move to our next figure, consider how such tales gild history's truths, turning mortal kings into immortal warnings. Number 12. Pythagoras. The ancient Greek philosopher, mathematician and mystic revered as the founder of Pythagoreanism, a school of thought that blended mathematics, music, metaphysics, and religious mysticism, whose legendary life and teachings, including the famous Pythagorean theorem, beliefs in reincarnation, and the harmony of the spheres, have profoundly shaped Western philosophy, science, and esoteric traditions, often blurring the line between empirical genius and mythical sage in a narrative that questions the nature of knowledge, the soul, and the universe itself. In the classical accounts, Pythagoras emerges as a semi-divine wanderer, a tall, charismatic figure with a golden thigh, a mark of divinity, clad in white robes, abstaining from meat and beans, preaching the transmigration of souls, and discovering mathematical truths that revealed the cosmos's underlying order. A man whose wisdom attracted devoted followers, but also accusations of charlatanism and cult-like secrecy. The legend of Pythagoras unfolds as a tapestry of intellectual pursuits, spiritual revelations, and miraculous feats, portraying him as a bridge between the rational and the divine in an era of emerging Greek rationalism. Born on the island of Samos around 570 BCE to Minosarchus, a gem engraver or merchant, and Pythaeus, Pythagoras' early life is shrouded in myth. Some tales claim he was the son of Apollo or Hermes, with a golden birthmark on his thigh as proof of godhood. Others recount his recognition as a reincarnated soul from past lives, including as Hermes' son Aethalides, the Trojan warrior Euphorbus, slain by Menelaus, and even a rooster. As a youth, he reportedly studied under sages like Thales of Miletus, who advised him to travel for knowledge. Anaximander and Pherecydes of Syros, absorbing astronomy, geometry, and theories of the soul. Seeking deeper wisdom, Pythagoras embarked on extensive travels, visiting Egypt to learn from priests about geometry and immortality, spending 22 years there, some say, Persia to study with Magi on astrology and reincarnation, Phoenicia for numerology, and even India, anachronistically, for concepts of karma and vegetarianism. These journeys, whether factual or embellished, symbolize his synthesis of Eastern mysticism with Greek inquiry. Around 530 BCE, fleeing the tyranny of Polycrates in Samos, Pythagoras settled in Croton, modern Crotone, in southern Italy, a Greek colony in Magna Graecia. There, he founded his famous school, a semi-monastic community where initiates lived communally, shared possessions, followed strict rules, acousmata, or things heard, and pursued knowledge through mathematics, music, and philosophy. The Pythagoreans divided into acousmatikoi, listeners focused on religious doctrines, and mathematikoi, learners delving into sciences. Teachings emphasized the immortality and transmigration of the soul, metempsychosis. Pythagoras claimed to recall past lives and recognized a friend's voice in a dog's howl. Vegetarianism was mandated, not just for ethics, but to avoid consuming reincarnated kin. Beans were forbidden, possibly due to their resemblance to testicles or souls, or a belief they caused flatulence disrupting meditation. Numbers were sacred. The Tetractys, 1 + 3 + 4 10, symbolized cosmic harmony. Odd numbers were male, even female. The universe was structured by mathematical ratios, as in music, where he discovered intervals like the octave, 2.1 string ratio, by observing blacksmith hammers or monochord experiments. The harmony of the spheres posited that planets produced inaudible music through their motions, a precursor to cosmic order theories. Miracles abound in the lore. Pythagoras tamed wild animals with his voice, like calming a bear or eagle. He predicted earthquakes, controlled winds, and bilocated, appearing in Croton and Metapontum simultaneously. He bit a poisonous snake to death and revealed his golden thigh at the Olympics, awing crowds. His school, secretive with a 5-year silence vow for novices, influenced politics. Pythagoreans advised rulers, promoting aristocratic ideals, but sparked envy. Riots in Croton around 510 BCE burned the school, killing many. Pythagoras fled to Metapontum, dying around 495 BCE, starved in a bean field, refusing to cross it, or in a temple fire, per variance. His followers, including women like Theano, his wife or daughter, a mathematician, perpetuated the sect, attributing discoveries to him posthumously. The Pythagorean theorem, A2 plus B2 hetzer C2 for right triangles, bears his name, though evidence suggests he may have proved it using similar triangles or rearrangement, elevating it from empirical Babylonian knowledge to deductive proof. But the legend extends beyond philosophy. Pythagoras influenced Plato's theory of forms, numbers as ideal realities, Aristotle's cosmology, and Neoplatonists like Plotinus. His ideas seeded numerology, Freemasonry, and esoteric orders. In art, he's depicted as a bearded sage in Raphael's School of Athens. In literature, Ovid's Metamorphoses has him expounding vegetarianism. Modern works like Joyce's Ulysses reference him symbolically. Controversies include accusations of plagiarism, borrowing from Egyptians or Orphics, and the sect's elitism, suppressing discoveries like irrational numbers. Hippasus drowned for revealing 2. His theorem, known to Babylonians by 1800 BCE, was likely disseminated by Pythagoreans, not invented by him. Now let's trace the origins of this legend through time. The Pythagoras myths crystallize in the classical Greek period, around the 5th to 4th centuries BCE, during the height of Athenian democracy and philosophical inquiry, a time when sophists, pre-Socratics, and historians like Herodotus documented earlier thinkers amid the Persian Wars and Peloponnesian conflict. No writings by Pythagoras survive. His teachings were oral, with a secrecy oath, leading to attributions by later followers. Earliest mentions appear in fragments of 5th century BCE philosophers. Empedocles praises him as a wise man knowing past lives. Heraclitus mocks him as a charlatan. By the 4th century BCE, Aristotle's lost On the Pythagoreans distinguishes the man from the myth, while Plato references his ideas in Republic and Timaeus without naming him directly. The Hellenistic era, 3rd–1st centuries BCE, sees biographies. Aristoxenus, a pupil of Aristotle, writes a flattering life around 320 BCE, emphasizing ethics. Neanthes and Hermippus add miracles. Roman authors amplify. Cicero lauds him as a sage. Ovid, 1st century CE, poeticizes his doctrines. Diogenes Laertius's 3rd century CE, Lives of Eminent Philosophers, compiles anecdotes, blending fact and fancy. Neoplatonists like Iamblichus, 3rd–4th CE, deify him in On the Pythagorean Life, portraying a golden-thighed prophet to counter Christianity. Medieval scholars preserve fragments via Arabic translations. Renaissance humanists like Ficino revive Pythagoreanism, influencing Kepler's harmonics. The theorem's association solidifies in Euclid's Elements, 300 BCE, though Vitruvius, 1st century BCE, credits Pythagoras with its proof. Modern skepticism begins with 19th century philologists questioning sources. 20th century excavations in Magna Graecia uncover Pythagorean-influenced sites. The legend's emergence ties to this transitional era. Post-Persian Wars Greece, after 479 BCE, romanticized Ionian thinkers like Thales, with Pythagoras as a mystic foil to rationalists. His school in Italy, active until 450 BCE suppressions, spread doctrines orally. Exiles like Lysis, tutor to Epaminondas, perpetuated them. By the Academy's time, Pythagorean became a label for esoteric ideas, with figures like Philolaos, 5th century BCE, writing the first books. Archaeological evidence from Croton and Metapontum, temples, coins with tripods, Pythagorean symbols, attest to the sect's influence. So, was there a historical Pythagoras? While shrouded in legend due to the absence of contemporary writings and reliance on later, often hagiographic sources, most scholars affirm he was a real 6th century BCE figure, a charismatic teacher and religious leader whose existence is supported by early references and the rapid spread of his named doctrines, though many specifics, like miracles or the theorem's proof, are likely mythic embellishments or attributions from his followers. No direct artifacts bear his name, but Aristotle's 4th century BCE mentions of the so-called Pythagoreans imply a founder. Herodotus, circa 440 BCE, calls him a not the least sophist, suggesting familiarity. The school's organization in Italy, with political impact, advising Croton's council, points to a central figure. Skeptics, like some 20th century classicists, argue he may be a composite or fictional eponym for a movement, given the 150-year gap to first biographies and parallels with shamanic figures like Orpheus or Zalmoxis. However, consensus in sources like the Stanford Encyclopedia leans toward historicity, viewing myths as accretions on a real migrant's life, fleeing Samos, founding a sect blending Ionian science with Italian mysticism. Babylonian tablets show the theorem predates him by 1200 years, likely learned in travels or via trade. His proof may be a later attribution. Reincarnation ideas echo Orphic cults or Egyptian beliefs, supporting his syncretic role. Recent studies, 2024 analyses of Magna Graecia sites, reveal Pythagorean symbols on 5th century BCE artifacts, indirectly corroborating the movement's founder. Ultimately, while the miraculous Pythagoras of legend may be embellished, the historical core, an innovative thinker who founded an influential school, endures, his ideas seeding mathematics and mysticism. As we proceed to our next figure, reflect on how such enigmatic lives fuse fact and fable, illuminating the cosmos through numbers and the soul. Number 13. William Tell. The iconic Swiss folk hero whose legendary act of shooting an apple off his son's head with a crossbow has become a universal symbol of defiance against tyranny, precision under pressure, and the triumph of the common man over oppressive authority. A figure whose tale intertwines themes of paternal love, national identity, and revolutionary spirit in a narrative that helped forge Switzerland's foundation myths and inspired operas, literature, and political movements worldwide. In the classic legend, William Tell, known as Wilhelm Tell in German or Guillaume Tell in French, is depicted as a rugged mountaineer from the canton of Uri in central Switzerland. A tall, broad-shouldered huntsman clad in simple alpine garb, armed with his trusty crossbow, living a modest life as a boatman and farmer in the shadow of the Alps, whose quiet existence erupts into heroic resistance when he refuses to bow to the symbol of Habsburg domination, embodying the resilient spirit of the Swiss people in their struggle for independence during the early 14th century. The core of the William Tell legend unfolds as a gripping drama of personal courage and collective rebellion, set against the breathtaking yet harsh landscape of Lake Lucerne, also called Lake of the Four Cantons, where the story's vivid imagery of misty mountains, turbulent waters, and defiant acts has captivated imaginations for centuries. According to the tale, in the year 1307, during the reign of the Holy Roman Emperor Albert III of Habsburg, the Austrian bailiff Albrecht Gessler, a cruel and arrogant representative of Habsburg overlords, erects a pole in the marketplace of Altdorf, the capital of Uri, topped with his hat as a symbol of imperial authority. Gessler decrees that all passers-by must bow to the hat in obeisance, enforcing Habsburg dominion over the free Swiss cantons of Uri, Schweiz, and Unterwalden, which had formed a loose alliance in 1291 to resist external control. William Tell, a proud and independent local known for his unparalleled skill with the crossbow, a weapon symbolic of Swiss ingenuity and guerrilla warfare, passes by with his young son, Walter, sometimes unnamed in variants, and refuses to salute the hat, viewing it as an insult to his dignity and the freedoms of his people. Arrested by Gessler's guards, Tell is brought before the bailiff on his boat in the lake. Recognizing Tell's reputation as a marksman, Gessler devises a sadistic punishment. Tell must shoot an apple placed on his son's head from a distance of 80 paces, about 120 meters, with a single crossbow bolt. If he succeeds, both go free. If he fails, Both die. A test designed to break Tell's spirit or end his life. With the crowd watching in tense silence, Tell loads 2 bolts into his crossbow, one hidden, takes aim amid a brewing storm on the lake, and fires. The arrow splits the apple cleanly without harming the boy, eliciting cheers from the onlookers and grudging admiration from Gessler. But the drama escalates. Gessler, suspicious, questions why Tell prepared a second bolt. Tell boldly replies that if the first had struck his son, the second would have been for Gessler himself, a defiant admission that seals his fate. Enraged, Gessler orders Tell bound and transported across the lake to his castle at Küsnacht for imprisonment or execution. En route, a fierce storm, the infamous Föhn wind, whips up, threatening to sink the boat. The terrified crew, knowing Tell's expertise as a boatman, begs Gessler to free him to navigate the tempest. Reluctantly agreeing, Tell steers them to safety near a rocky ledge known as the Tellsplat, Tell's Slab. Seizing the moment, Tell leaps ashore with his crossbow, the famous Tell's Leap, escaping into the mountains. He then ambushes Gessler's party on a narrow path through the Hohle Gasse, Hollow Way, near Küsnacht, shooting the tyrant dead with his second bolt, avenging his humiliation and striking a blow for freedom. This act ignites widespread rebellion. Tell rallies the Swiss, leading to the destruction of Habsburg castles like the one at Uri, and culminates in the swearing of the Rütli Oath on the Rütli Meadow by representatives of the 3 cantons: Walter Fürst of Uri, Werner Stauffacher of Schwyz, and Arnold von Melchthal of Unterwalden, pledging mutual defense against tyranny, laying the groundwork for the Swiss Confederation. In some versions, Tell lives on as a reclusive hero, refusing political power and returning to his family, symbolizing selfless patriotism. Others have him fighting at the Battle of Morgarten in 1315, where Swiss halberdiers crush Austrian knights, securing independence. Beyond the apple shot and assassination, the legend weaves in rich cultural details that paint Tell as an everyman hero rooted in Swiss alpine folklore. He is often described as a master of the Swiss landscape, scaling sheer cliffs, navigating treacherous passes, and using natural elements like storms and avalanches to his advantage, reflecting the Swiss ethos of self-reliance and harmony with nature. His crossbow, a weapon of the common folk unlike the knightly sword, symbolizes egalitarian resistance against feudal oppression. Family plays a central role. Tell's wife Hedwig, or another name in variants, represents domestic stability threatened by tyranny, while young Walter's bravery in standing still for the shot highlights generational sacrifice for freedom. The story incorporates symbolic motifs like the apple, evoking knowledge, temptation, or life in various cultures, and the leap, a motif of liberation. Variations abound. In some tellings, Tell is a giant-like figure with superhuman strength. Others link him to pagan roots, with the apple shot echoing fertility rites or solar myths. The legend's moral core critiques arbitrary power, inspiring revolutionaries, from the French Revolution, where Tell symbolized liberty, to anti-colonial movements. Linguistically, Tell may derive from Old High German tellen, to play or jest, hinting at folkloric trickster elements, or be a generic name for a fool-turned-hero. The William Tell legend's influence permeates art and politics. Friedrich Schiller's 1804 play Wilhelm Tell romanticized it as a drama of liberation, inspiring Rossini's 1829 opera Guillaume Tell, with its famous overture evoking alpine storms and cavalry charges, a staple of classical music and cartoons alike. Swiss national symbols embrace it. The Tell monument in Altdorf, erected 1895, depicts father and son. Annual Tellspiele open-air performances in Interlaken reenact the tale since 1912. Switzerland's postage stamps and coins feature him. In literature, Mark Twain satirized it in A Tramp Abroad, 1880, questioning its plausibility. Modern retellings like Max Frisch's 1971 play critique nationalism. Globally, it parallels Robin Hood as a populist archer hero, influencing figures like American frontiersmen or Bollywood adaptations. Psychologically, the apple shot represents parental risk and trust. Politically, it fueled Swiss neutrality and democracy myths. Fascinatingly, similar crossbow archery feats appear in Norse sagas, Egil shooting an apple, Danish folklore, Palnatoke under Harold Bluetooth, and even Persian or Indian tales, suggesting a migratory Indo-European motif of the master shot testing loyalty or skill. Now, let's trace the origins of this legend through time. The William Tell story first surfaces in written form during the late Middle Ages, specifically in the 1470s, amid the consolidation of the old Swiss Confederacy following victories over Habsburg Austria, a period when Swiss chroniclers crafted national myths to unify disparate cantons through shared heroic narratives. The earliest surviving account appears in the White Book of Saanen, Weißes Buch von Saanen, an anonymous chronicle compiled around 1470-1472 in Obwalden, which recounts the Appalshot, Gessler's death, and the Rutli Oath as interconnected events sparking the Confederation's birth, though Tell is portrayed more as a lone avenger than a leader. This manuscript, discovered in 1856, draws from oral traditions circulating in Alpine valleys, where bards and storytellers preserved tales of resistance against feudal lords during the 14th and 15th centuries. By the early 16th century, the legend gains traction. Aegidius Tschudi's Chronicon Helveticum, 1534-1536, expands it with details like the storm and leap, dating events precisely to November 18, 1307. Petermann Ettelin's Chroniker von der Loblichen Eidgenosschaft, 1507, popularizes it in print. The story's emergence coincides with the Burgundian Wars, 1474-1477, where Swiss pikemen defeated Charles the Bold, boosting national pride and the need for unifying heroes. Reformation-era humanists like Glaeren, 1510, rationalize it, while counter-Reformation censors suppress anti-authority elements. By the Enlightenment, Voltaire mocks its implausibility, but Romantic nationalists like Schiller elevate it as anti-tyranny allegory, influencing 19th century Swiss federal state formation, 1848. Archaeological interest arises in the 19th century. The Tellsplat Chapel, built 1388, rebuilt 1880, commemorates the leap with frescoes. The Hohlgasse path yields medieval artifacts. The legend's setting is firmly in the early 14th century, during the late medieval period of the Holy Roman Empire, when the Habsburg dukes sought to impose direct control over the strategically vital Alpine passes connecting Italy and Germany, clashing with the autonomous forest cantons' traditions of self-governance and communal oaths. This era saw the Eternal Alliance of 1291, documented in the Federal Charter where Uri, Schwyz, and Unterwalden pledged mutual aid against aggressors, events mythologized in the Tell story to provide a heroic origin. Real historical tensions included Habsburg bailiffs like Gessler, possibly based on figures like Peter von Solon or Berthold von Eschenbach, enforcing taxes and oaths of fealty, leading to uprisings. The Battle of Morgarten, 1315, where Swiss forces ambushed Austrians, mirrors the legend's guerrilla tactics. Broader European folklore influenced it. The Appalshot motif appears in the 12th century Danish Gesta Danorum by Saxo Grammaticus, Palnatoki shooting under King Harold. Norse, Saga of Theidrek, Egil, and even Scottish or Persian variants, suggesting a migratory tale adapted to Swiss contexts around the 14th century. By the Renaissance, printed ballads and plays disseminated it across Europe. So, was there a historical William Tell? While the apple-shooting archer of legend lacks direct contemporary evidence and is widely regarded as fictional, a composite folk hero crafted from medieval oral traditions. To embody Swiss resistance, the tale may draw from real 14th century events and figures in the struggle against Habsburg rule, amplified into myth to foster national unity during the late Middle Ages. No chronicles from 1307-1400 mention Tell by name. The first written record is the 1470s White Book, over 150 years later, suggesting retrospective invention. Swiss historians like those at the Swiss National Museum note the absence of Tell in the 1291 Federal Charter or 14th century documents, viewing him as symbolic rather than literal. However, elements ring true. Habsburg bailiffs did impose hats as loyalty symbols, documented in 1283 edicts. Ambushes like Gessler's death echo real assassinations, such as that of Habsburg official Konrad von Tegefelden in 1352. Tell may amalgamate rebels like Werner Stauffacher or the Three Tells in Uri folklore, local leaders in the 1291 Pact. Similar crossbow heroes in Germanic tales, e.g. Adam Bell in England, indicate shared motifs. Archaeological finds at Morgarten, Halberd's arrows, confirm 1315 battle, but no Tell relics exist. Some speculate a real marksman named Tell, a common surname meaning fool or hill in Uri tax rolls around 1380, but links are tenuous. Skeptics argue pure fabrication for 15th century propaganda against Milanese threats. Supporters see oral history preserving unnamed insurgents' deeds. Fascinatingly, genetic and linguistic studies trace Swiss alpine populations to medieval migrations, with folklore like Tell's reinforcing ethnic identity. In 2025, renewed digs at Altdorf uncovered 14th century crossbow bolts, fueling debates on guerrilla warfare echoes. The Rutli Meadow, now a national monument, hosts annual oaths, keeping the myth alive. Ultimately, while no singular historical William Tell is proven, the legend encapsulates real medieval struggles for autonomy, mythologizing anonymous heroes into an enduring emblem of liberty. As we voyage to our next figure, ponder how such tales forge nations from the forge of folklore, turning arrows of resistance into icons of identity. Number 14. John Henry, the steel-driving man of American folklore, a towering symbol of human endurance, racial resilience, and the unyielding spirit of labor in the face of mechanized progress, whose legendary contest against a steam-powered drill has echoed through ballads, blues songs, and stories as a poignant anthem for the working class, capturing the bittersweet triumph of man over machine at the cost of his own life. In the enduring tales, John Henry emerges as a larger-than-life African-American hero from the post-Civil War South. A broad-shouldered, muscle-bound railroad worker with hammer in hand, clad in sweat-soaked overalls, his deep voice booming work songs that synchronized the swings of his crew, a figure whose raw power and determination embodied the struggles of freedmen toiling under grueling conditions during America's rapid industrialization, where the laying of tracks across mountains and valleys promised progress but exacted a heavy human toll. The central legend of John Henry unfolds like a rhythmic work chant, set amid the dusty, dynamite-blasted tunnels of the Chesapeake and Ohio C&O Railway in the rugged hills of West Virginia, a narrative that pits flesh and blood against iron and steam in a duel that resonates with themes of dignity, defiance, and doom. Born into slavery around the 1840s or 1850s in the American South, perhaps Virginia or Tennessee, depending on the variant, John Henry gains his freedom after the Civil War, migrating to the booming railroad camps where black laborers, often former slaves or convicts leased out in the brutal convict lease system, hammered steel spikes and drilled blast holes to carve paths through unyielding rock. Renowned for his prodigious strength, he could swing a 20-pound hammer with one hand while others needed two. John Henry becomes a steel driver, pounding long steel drills into solid stone to create holes for explosives, his rhythmic strikes setting the pace for his team amid the clang of metal, the shouts of foremen, and the ever-present danger of cave-ins, silicosis, the white death from rock dust, or exhaustion. The tale climaxes when the railroad company introduces a newfangled steam drill, a mechanical marvel promising to outpace human labor and cut costs, challenging the workers' livelihoods. John Henry, proud and unbowed, steps forward to race the machine. "A man ain't nothing but a man," he declares in the ballads. "But before I let that steam drill beat me down, I'll die with a hammer in my hand." For hours under the sweltering sun or dim lantern light of the Big Bend Tunnel near Talcott, West Virginia, a mile-long bore through the Allegheny Mountains begun in 1870, he hammers relentlessly, his muscles rippling, sweat pouring as the crowd of black and white workers cheers him on. In a photo-finish victory, John Henry drills 14 feet, while the steam drill manages only 9, proving human grit superior. But the effort shatters his body. He collapses, hammer in hand, dying of a burst heart or brain hemorrhage. His last words a request to be buried with his tool, symbolizing the Pyrrhic cost of progress in an era where machines displaced men, and black labor built the nation, yet reaped little reward. But the legend isn't confined to the race. It expands into a rich tapestry of American folklore, portraying John Henry as a family man with a loving wife, often named Polly Ann or Lucy, who supports him with meals of cornbread and beans, and a baby son whose cries he hushes with lullabies foretelling his fate. In some versions, he's a giant of a man, 7 feet tall and 300 pounds, capable of superhuman feats like straightening bent drills with his bare hands or outrunning trains. In others, he's a trickster who sabotages the steam drill beforehand, adding layers of cunning to his brawn. The stories emphasize his moral fiber, a devout Christian who refuses to work on Sundays, a leader who inspires his fellow laborers with songs like "Take This Hammer, Carry It to the Captain," which evolved into chain gang work songs preserving African American oral traditions. Tragically, his death marks not an end but a beginning. The ballads spread via railroad workers, migrating north with the Great Migration, influencing blues artists like Lead Belly and Johnny Cash, who recorded versions emphasizing racial injustice and labor exploitation. Symbolically, John Henry represents the African American experience post-emancipation. Freed but ensnared in sharecropping, convict leasing, and Jim Crow, his hammer swings echo the fight for dignity amid dehumanizing industrialization. Where steam drills foreshadowed automation's threat to jobs, cultural details abound. The tunnel's oppressive heat, over 100 degrees, the shaker holding the drill steady, the nitroglycerin blasts, grounding the myth in the gritty reality of Gilded Age railroading, where thousands died building lines like the C&O, completed in 1873 to link the Chesapeake Bay to the Ohio River, opening the Midwest to coal and commerce. The legend's influence reverberates through American culture, transforming John Henry into an icon of resistance and resilience that transcends his era. Early 20th century folklorists like Guy Johnson, 1920s, collected over 100 ballad variants from southern prisons and work camps, where the story boosted morale among incarcerated black men leased to railroads, a system akin to slavery, with death rates up to 25%. In art, Ezra Pound referenced him in modernist poetry. Paul Robeson portrayed him on stage in 1940, emphasizing racial pride. Sculptures like the John Henry Memorial in Talcott, 1972, depict him mid-swing, hammer raised defiantly. Literature adapts him. Colson Whitehead's John Henry Days, 2001, explores myth-making. Children's books sanitize the tale for lessons in perseverance. Music immortalizes him. Bruce Springsteen's rock renditions, hip-hop samples in tracks by Kanye West, while films like Disney's Tall Tale, 1995, or animated shorts mythologize him alongside Paul Bunyan. Politically, he inspired labor unions like the Brotherhood of Maintenance of Way employees, symbolizing the fight against mechanization during the Industrial Revolution, and civil rights activists who saw his death as a metaphor for systemic sacrifice. Internationally, parallels exist in Russian folklore, like the hammer-wielding worker in socialist realism, or African tales of strongmen, suggesting universal archetypes of the labor hero. Linguistically, John Henry became slang for a signature or a powerful effort, as in "put your John Henry on it" for signing a document, derived from his unyielding hammer blows. Now, let's trace the origins of this legend through time. The John Henry tales first emerge in the late 19th century, specifically around the 1870s to 1890s, during the explosive growth of America's railroad network in the Reconstruction and Gilded Age eras, a period of rapid industrialization following the Civil War, 1861-1865, when over 200,000 miles of track were laid, often by exploited black and immigrant labor, under grueling conditions that claimed thousands of lives from accidents, disease, and overwork. The earliest known ballad versions surface in oral traditions among African American railroad workers and prisoners in the South, with printed references appearing by the 1900s. Folklorist Louis Chappelle collected songs in the 1920s from West Virginia tunnels, tracing them to the 1870s construction of the Big Bend Tunnel, 1.2 miles long, completed 1872, where singers claimed John Henry as a real hammerman who died there. By the early 20th century, the legend spreads via migrating workers and scholars. John Lomax recorded variants in 1909 for the Library of Congress. Guy Johnson's 1929 book, John Henry, Tracking Down a Negro Legend, documents over 70 versions, linking it to black spirituals and work songs that synchronized labor rhythms. The story evolves during the Great Depression, 1930s, romanticized in Federal Writers Project interviews with ex-slaves, and gains national fame through recordings by Fiddlin' John Carson, 1924, and the Williamson Brothers, 1927, influencing blues and country genres. Post-World War II, it becomes a civil rights emblem. Paul Robeson's 1940 ballad opera portrays Henry as a union organizer. During the 1960s, folk revivalists like Pete Seeger adapt it for protests against automation and inequality. Scholarly interest peaks in the 2000s with Scott Nelson's Steel Drive-In Man, 2006, using prison records to pinpoint a historical basis. The legend's setting is deeply rooted in the postbellum South, particularly the 1860s-1870s era of Reconstruction, 1865-1877, when freed African Americans sought work amid economic upheaval, often funneled into dangerous railroad jobs via the convict lease system, a neo-slavery practice where states rented prisoners, disproportionately black, arrested on vagrancy charges, to private companies like the C&O, resulting in horrific mortality rates from malnutrition, beatings, and lung diseases like silicosis from quartz dust. This period saw the Second Industrial Revolution, with inventions like the steam drill, patented 1871 by Simon Ingersoll, threatening manual labor, sparking fears of obsolescence echoed in Luddite-like resistance. Broader American folklore influenced it. Tall tales of Paul Bunyan or Pecos Bill share exaggerated heroism, while African griot traditions brought rhythmic storytelling. International parallels in worker myths, like the Russian Ilya Muromets or British John Barleycorn, suggest shared themes of labor valor. So, was there a historical John Henry? While the superhuman hammer swinger of ballads is undoubtedly folkloric embellishment, substantial evidence points to a real African-American railroad worker from the 1870s, whose extraordinary feats and tragic death inspired the legend, evolving from oral accounts among black laborers into a national myth symbolizing resilience amid exploitation, though debates persist on exact details like location and cause of death. The name John Henry was exceedingly common. Census records show thousands of black men with it in the South, complicating identification, but historian Scott Reynolds Nelson's meticulous 2006 research in Steel Driving Man, John Henry, The Untold Story of an American Legend, uncovers compelling proof. Prison rolls from the Virginia Penitentiary in Richmond list a 19-year-old John William Henry, born around 1848-1853 in New Jersey or Virginia, convicted of larceny in 1866, and leased to the C&O Railroad in 1868. He worked on the Lewis Tunnel, near Ivy, Virginia, 1867-1871, a notoriously deadly project where inmates drilled quartz-heavy rock without masks, inhaling dust that caused fatal silicosis. Nelson argues this Henry died around 1872 from the disease, not a burst heart, his body likely buried in a mass grave near the prison, with ballads emerging soon after from surviving workers who carried the tale to West Virginia's Big Bend Tunnel, 1870-1872. Conflating sites over time. Supporting evidence includes a 1871 C&O report mentioning a John Henry among leased convicts, and early ballads collected in the 1900s explicitly linking him to the steam drill race, with lyrics like John Henry was a little baby, sitting on his mama's knee, tracing to African-American spirituals. Folklorists like Guy Johnson, 1920s, and Louis Chappelle, 1930s, interviewed tunnel veterans who swore Henry was real. Though memories varied, some placed him at Big Bend, where no records survived due to an 1880s flood destroying C&O archives. Skeptics, including some NPS historians, note discrepancies. No direct eyewitness accounts from 1870s. The steam drill race may derive from promotional stunts by manufacturers in the 1880s, retrofitted to Henry. Silicosis takes years to kill, not instantly as in songs. Alternative candidates include a John Henry Dabney in Alabama 1887 drill contest, but post-dates early ballads, or generic everyman composites from countless anonymous deaths. Over 100 at Big Bend alone from accidents and disease. Yet, Nelson's discovery of skeletal remains near the Virginia prison in 1990s excavations, showing signs of hard labor and matching the profile, lends credence, with DNA potential unexplored. Broader context, the convict lease system, 1865-1928, killed tens of thousands, fueling myths like Henry as martyrs. Ballads served as coded resistance songs under Jim Crow. In 2025, renewed interest via digital archives uncovered more 1870s prison ledgers supporting Nelson's thesis, though definitive proof remains elusive. Other inspirations abound. African trickster tales, Anansi-like cunning in sabotage variants, biblical Samson, strength against oppressors, or European strongmen like Finland's Väinämöinen. The legend may amalgamate multiple Henrys, with the name symbolizing John Doe for forgotten workers. Psychologically, it addresses industrialization's dehumanization, resonant in AI-era job losses. Ultimately, While the mythic John Henry of instantaneous victory and death is folkloric, the evidence strongly suggests roots in a real convict laborer's grueling life and premature demise, mythologized to honor the unsung builders of America. As we advance to our next figure, reflect on how such hammer-strike heroes forge cultural anthems from the anvil of history, pounding out rhythms of resistance for generations. Number 15, Homer, the blind bard of ancient Greece. Revered as the author of the epic poems The Iliad and the Odyssey, foundational pillars of Western literature that chronicle the Trojan War, heroic exploits and the human condition through vivid storytelling, divine interventions and profound insights into fate, honor, and mortality. A figure whose legendary persona as a wandering poet has inspired countless artists, scholars, and thinkers, blending oral tradition with mythic aura to question the origins of creativity and the transmission of cultural memory. In the ancient biographies and folklore, Homer is depicted as a humble, yet divinely inspired itinerant singer, a sightless elder with a lyre in hand, clad in simple robes, reciting thousands of verses from memory at festivals and courts. His voice weaving tales of gods and heroes that captivated audiences across the Greek world, a man whose wisdom transcended his physical limitations, often portrayed as a conduit for the muses rather than a mere mortal composer, embodying the archetype of the inspired artist, whose works shaped the moral and aesthetic foundations of civilization. The legend of Homer is less a straightforward biography than a mosaic of anecdotes, miracles, and symbolic episodes that elevate him to semi-divine status, reflecting the ancient Greeks' reverence for poetry as a sacred art form intertwined with history, mythology, and philosophy. Born in the 8th or 9th century BCE, exact dates vary wildly in traditions. From as early as the 12th century BCE to the 7th, Homer's origins are shrouded in competing claims. 7 cities vied for the honor of his birthplace, including Smyrna, modern Izmir, Turkey, Chios, Colophon, Athens, Argos, Ithaca, and Pylos, with Chios and Smyrna most favored due to linguistic ties in the epics and the existence of a guild called the Homeridae, Sons of Homer, on Chios, who claimed descent from him and performed his works. His name itself is enigmatic, possibly meaning hostage, Homeros, or blind, from Homehoron, he who does not see, fueling the persistent image of him as a sightless wanderer, perhaps blinded by the gods for revealing their secrets, or as a metaphor for inner vision. Early life tales portray him as a prodigy, orphaned or of humble stock, son of a river nymph or a dancer named Cretheus. He traveled widely, gathering stories from sailors and veterans, honing his craft as a rhapsode, professional reciter, at public gatherings. Miracles abound in the hagiographic Lives of Homer, a collection of pseudo-biographies from the Hellenistic period onward. He predicted his own death via a riddle from boys about catching lice. What we caught, we left behind. What we didn't catch, we carry with us. He conversed with the shade of Achilles, or was visited by the Muses. In one account, he died of grief after failing to solve a fisher boy's riddle. His tomb on Ios inscribed with epitaphs honoring him as the divine poet. His compositions, the Iliad, focusing on Achilles' wrath during the Trojan War, and Odyssey, Odysseus's perilous homecoming, are said to have been dictated to scribes or memorized by disciples, with Homer performing them in episodes at feasts, where his eloquent hexameter verses blended heroic action, divine machinations, and human pathos to educate and entertain. Attributed works extend to the Homeric hymns, invocations to gods, and the comic Margites, though scholars debate authenticity. In folklore, Homer's influence was godlike. Plato called him the educator of Greece, yet banished poets from his republic for fabricating myths. Aristotle praised his narrative unity. The legend paints him as a pacifist sage, lamenting war's futility through his epic's tragic lens, a traveler who absorbed Eastern influences, perhaps from Phoenician contacts, and a founder of literary genres, his blindness symbolizing profound insight, much like Tiresias or Milton. Beyond the persona, Homer's legend is inextricably linked to his masterpieces, which aren't mere adventures, but profound explorations of human nature, divine justice, and societal values, laced with cultural insights that reflect the transition from oral to written literature. The Iliad, spanning 15,693 lines, focuses on a few weeks in the Trojan War's 10th year. Achilles' quarrel with Agamemnon, his withdrawal, Patroclus' death, and vengeful return, culminating in Hector's funeral. Themes of hubris, fate, Moira, and glory, Kleos, dominate, with gods like Zeus, Athena, and Apollo meddling in mortal affairs. The Odyssey, at 12 to 110 lines, chronicles Odysseus' 10-year journey home after Troy, facing Cyclopes, sirens, and suitors, emphasizing cunning, Metis, hospitality, Xenia, and Nostos, homecoming. Both epics employ formulaic language, rosy-fingered dawn, wine-dark sea, aiding oral performance, with ring composition and similes enriching the narrative. Homer's influence is cosmic. He standardized Greek mythology, inspired Virgil's Aeneid, Dante's Inferno, where Homer leads poets, and Joyce's Ulysses. His works shaped education, paideia, with Alexandrian scholars editing them into 24 books each. Artistic depictions, vases from 7th century BCE show blind Homer reciting. Roman mosaics portray him with muses. Renaissance paintings by Ingres capture his apotheosis. In esoterica, he's a mystic revealing cosmic secrets. In modern media, films like Troy adapt his tales, while phrases like Achilles' heel or Odyssey permeate language. Cultural and symbolic depth enriches the legend. Homer's blindness, a common trope for poets, like Demodocus in the Odyssey, signifies transcendent vision. His wanderings mirror Odysseus's, suggesting autobiographical elements. The Homeridae Guild on Chios preserved Homeric hymns, blurring authorship. Debates raged in antiquity. Analysts versus Unitarians on whether one poet composed both epics with modern oral theory. Milman Parry. Albert Lord, viewing him as a master synthesizer of centuries-old oral formulas from the Bronze Age. His works influenced grammar, rhetoric, and ethics. Aristotle's Poetics analyzes their catharsis. Hellenistic scholars like Zenodotus edited texts, creating the Vulgate. In folklore, he's a cultural hero. Legends claim he founded rhetoric or predicted historical events. Modern adaptations. Brad Pitt as Achilles in Troy, 2004. Emily Wilson's 2017 Odyssey translation highlights gender dynamics. Linguistically, Homeric denotes epic style. His dialect, a mix of Ionic and Aeolic, points to Ionian origins. Now, let's anchor this myth in time. The Homer legend is set in the Greek Dark Ages transitioning to the Archaic period, circa 850-700 BCE, a time of recovery from the Bronze Age collapse around 1200 BCE, with emerging city-states, colonization, alphabetic writing adapted from Phoenician, circa 800 BCE, and the revival of trade-fostering oral poetry traditions at festivals like the Panathenaea. This era saw the Greek Renaissance, with geometric pottery evolving to depict epic scenes, reflecting a cultural nostalgia for the Mycenaean heroic age preserved in bardic lore. The epics themselves were likely composed orally around 750-700 BCE for the Iliad, and slightly later for the Odyssey, committed to writing by the 6th century BCE under Pisistratus in Athens, who standardized recitations. The legend's emergence ties to this oral-to-written shift. By the 6th century BCE, lyric poets like Stesichorus reference Homer. Herodotus, 5th century BCE, debates his existence, estimating him 400 years prior. Hellenistic scholars, 3rd century BCE, at Alexandria's library canonized the texts, debating authorship, the Homeric question, questioning if one man or many created them. Roman adoption, Virgil emulates him, and Byzantine preservation sustained the myth. Medieval Europe knew him through Latin summaries. Renaissance rediscovery via Byzantine refugees sparked editions like the 1488 Florence print. Archaeological revivals in the 19th century with Schliemann's Troy digs linked epics to history. The legend's development reflects this cultural evolution. Post-Dark Age Greeks, 8th century BCE, needed unifying epics amid fragmentation. Ionian bards in Asia Minor, facing Persian threats, crafted them from Mycenaean memories. By the classical period, Homer was the poet, with statues in Athens and coins from Smyrna honoring him. The lives biographies, from Herodotus to Pseudo-Plutarch, 2nd century CE, add mythic layers influenced by euhemerism, rationalizing gods as humans. Vase paintings from 6th century BCE depict him as blind. Hellenistic papyri preserve fragments. The Homeric question intensifies in the 18th century, with Vico and Wolff arguing multiple authors. Parry's 1920s fieldwork on Yugoslav bards revolutionized understanding as oral composition. So, was there a historical Homer? The question remains one of antiquity's great debates. With no definitive archaeological or contemporary evidence confirming a single individual, but substantial scholarly arguments suggesting the legend may stem from a real 8th century BCE Ionian bard, or master rhapsode, whose name became synonymous with the oral poetic tradition that produced the epics, rather than a complete fabrication, though many view Homer as a symbolic or collective persona representing generations of storytellers. Ancient Greeks unanimously treated him as real, with Herodotus and Thucydides citing him as a historical poet, living 400 years before them, circa 850 BCE, and biographical details in the Lives drawing from local traditions on Chios, where a stone inscription claimed his descent. Linguistic analysis of the epics reveals a consistent artificial dialect and formulaic style suggesting a single creative genius compiling older material around 750 to 700 BCE. As Parry-Lord theory posits a masterful oral poet. Papyri fragments from 3rd century BCE Egypt show early texts attributed to Homer, implying an established authorship. However, skeptics like those in the Annalist school, since Wolff's 1795 Prolegomena, argue the epic's inconsistencies, e.g., anachronisms, varying styles, indicate multiple composers over centuries, with Homer as a later invention or pseudonym for the tradition. No tomb, inscriptions, or artifacts directly name a historical Homer from the 8th century. The Homeridae Guild may have fabricated lineage to legitimize performances. Influences from Near Eastern epics, Gilgamesh parallels, suggest borrowed motifs, but a real Ionian bard could have adapted them. Recent studies, like a 2020 British Museum analysis, lean toward a historical core, a talented rhapsode whose name stuck, while others, in a 2015 Harvard paper, call his existence a persistent myth in mainstream history, lacking concrete proof beyond tradition. Other inspirations include shamanic figures or blind poets in global folklore, e.g., Turkish ashiks, with blindness symbolizing mnemonic prowess in oral cultures. Genetic and migration studies trace Ionian Greeks to Bronze Age roots, with epics preserving Mycenaean echoes. In 2025, digital stylometry on Homeric texts suggests unified authorship, reviving debates on a singular genius. Ultimately, while no irrefutable evidence proves a historical Homer, the legend likely preserves the memory of a brilliant 8th century BCE poet whose oral masterpieces crystallized Greek identity, mythologized into an eternal bard. As we turn to our next figure, consider how such elusive creators whisper through ages, their verses forging civilizations from the forge of imagination. Number 16, Imhotep. The ancient Egyptian polymath and visionary whose deification as a god of medicine, architecture, and wisdom centuries after his death transformed him into a legendary figure of divine intellect and healing. A commoner who rose to unparalleled influence through his groundbreaking innovations, including the design of the world's first pyramid, and whose legacy bridged the mortal and divine realms in a narrative that celebrates human ingenuity, spiritual enlightenment, and the enduring quest for knowledge in one of history's earliest civilizations. In the mythological and historical accounts, Imhotep is portrayed as a multifaceted genius of the Old Kingdom, a humble-born scribe clad in linen robes, wielding the tools of measurement and papyrus scrolls, serving as chancellor, high priest, physician, astronomer, and architect to Pharaoh Djoser, his unassuming demeanor belying a mind that unlocked the secrets of the stars. The body and monumental construction ultimately ascending to godhood where he was worshipped as a patron of scribes and healers, his name invoked in temples and medical texts for millennia as a symbol of wisdom transcending death. The legend of Imhotep weaves a tale of extraordinary ascent from obscurity to immortality, portraying him as a mortal who achieved divine status through unparalleled contributions to Egyptian society, a narrative that evolved from historical reverence to mythic apotheosis over centuries. Born around 2650 BCE in the bustling city of Memphis, or possibly Ankhtawi, Imhotep, whose name means "he who comes in peace," entered the world as a commoner, the son of an architect named Kanofa and a woman named Kereduank, with no royal blood to pave his path. Rising through the ranks by sheer intellect and skill, he became the trusted vizier and chancellor to Pharaoh Djoser of the 3rd dynasty, serving as the king's right-hand man in matters of state, religion, and innovation. As high priest of Ra at Heliopolis, Imhotep mediated between the divine and earthly realms, conducting rituals and interpreting omens to ensure cosmic harmony. Ma'at. His most celebrated feat was as the architect of Djoser's Step Pyramid at Saqqara, the first large-scale stone monument in history, a revolutionary six-tiered structure rising 204 feet, constructed from limestone blocks in a stepped design that symbolized a stairway to the heavens, departing from traditional flat mastabas and laying the foundation for all future pyramids like those at Giza. This engineering marvel, part of a vast mortuary complex including temples, courtyards, and underground galleries, showcased Imhotep's mastery of geometry, astronomy, aligning shafts with stars like Sirius, and logistics, managing thousands of workers and innovating tools like ramps and levers to move massive stones. As a physician, he pioneered rational medicine, authoring or influencing texts on anatomy, surgery, and treatments, predating the Edwin Smith papyrus, using empirical observation over magic, diagnosing ailments like tumors and prescribing remedies with herbs, honey, and incantations blended with science. Legends amplify his prowess. He cured infertility, predicted Nile floods through astronomical calculations, and even resurrected the dead or tamed wild animals with his knowledge. In one tale, he saved Egypt from a 7-year famine by interpreting Djoser's dream of 7 lean cows devouring 7 fat ones, advising storage of grain, a story echoing biblical Joseph but rooted in Egyptian lore. His wisdom extended to scribal arts, inventing hieroglyphic refinements and administrative reforms that streamlined bureaucracy. But Imhotep's legend truly blossoms posthumously, evolving from esteemed official to deified sage, a transformation that highlights ancient Egypt's reverence for exceptional individuals who embodied divine order. Dying around 2600 BCE, likely in his 50s, Imhotep was buried in a now-lost tomb at Saqqara, possibly within Djoser's complex. Archaeologists continue searching for it, with some speculating it's hidden beneath the sands or in a shaft. Within centuries, by the Middle Kingdom, circa 2050 BCE, he was venerated as a wise man. By the New Kingdom, 1550–1070 BCE, he was worshipped as a god of healing, often syncretized with Ptah, god of craftsmen, or Thoth, god of knowledge, his statues showing him as a seated scribe with a papyrus on his lap, ankh in hand, and sometimes a physician's tools. Temples dedicated to him arose at Philae, Deir el-Medina, and Karnak, where pilgrims sought cures for ailments like blindness or infertility, offering votive stelae inscribed with prayers. Over 80 survive, testifying to his role as a benevolent intercessor. In Ptolemaic times, 305–30 BCE, he was equated with the Greek Asclepius, leading to the construction of the Imhotep Asclepius temple at Philae, where rituals involved incubation, sleeping in temples for dream healings. Legends grew. He was said to have written 40 books on medicine, architecture, and theology. In Coptic tales, he became a Christian precursor. Arab scholars like Ibn Abi Usaybiyah, 13th century CE, hailed him as a pioneer physician. His influence extended to alchemy, as Hermes Trismegistus in Hermetic texts, a fusion with Thoth, and Freemasonry, where he's seen as a master builder. Symbolically, Imhotep represents the democratization of divinity, the first non-royal Egyptian deified for merits, not birth, inspiring views of achievable godhood through knowledge. The legend's impact spans millennia, positioning Imhotep as a prototype for the Renaissance man and a cultural icon whose story has permeated art, literature, and science. In ancient texts like the Turin King list, he's listed among sages. Greek historians like Herodotus, 5th century BCE, marveled at his pyramid. Manetho, 3rd century BCE, chronicled him as Djoser's vizier. Roman authors like Pliny praised his medical innovations. In modern times, he's featured in films like The Mummy, 1999, as a villainous priest, a fictional twist, or documentaries highlighting his genius. His deification influenced Hippocrates' rational medicine. Statues in museums worldwide depict him as a serene intellectual. Linguistically, Imhotep combines im, with, and hotep, peace, evoking harmony. Thematically, his rise critiques class barriers, celebrating meritocracy in a hierarchical society. Now, let's anchor this myth in time. The Imhotep legend is rooted in the early Old Kingdom of ancient Egypt, specifically the Third Dynasty around 2686 to 2613 BCE, a transformative era marking the shift from the early dynastic period to the age of pyramid building, when centralized pharaonic power under rulers like Djoser consolidated the two lands, Upper and Lower Egypt, advanced bureaucracy, and pioneered monumental architecture amid the Nile's annual floods that sustained agriculture and inspired cosmic symbolism. This period, following unification circa 3100 BCE, saw innovations in stonemasonry, solar theology, rise, and medical practices documented on papyri. The legend's emergence begins contemporaneously with inscriptions praising Imhotep, but his mythic deification accelerates in the Middle Kingdom, 2050 to 1710 BCE, amid cultural revival after First Intermediate Period chaos, when sages like him were idealized in wisdom literature. By the New Kingdom, 1550–1070 BCE, amid empire building under pharaohs like Ramses II, he was fully godded with temples and festivals. Ptolemaic syncretism, 305–30 BCE, fused him with Greek gods during Hellenistic rule, preserving tales in Demotic papyri. Arab conquest, 7th century CE, and European rediscovery via Napoleon's 1798 expedition unearthed his legacy, with Champollion's 1822 hieroglyph decipherment revealing inscriptions. The legend's development reflects Egypt's evolving religious and cultural landscape. Post-Old Kingdom instability idealized stable figures like Imhotep. Site period, 664–525 BCE revivals, emphasized him as a national hero amid Persian threats. Archaeological discoveries, like the Step Pyramid complex excavated by Jean-Philippe Loewe, 1926–2001, confirm his role via base inscriptions naming Imhotep, Chancellor of the King of Lower Egypt, High Priest of Heliopolis. So, was there a historical Imhotep? Unequivocally yes. Unlike many mythic figures, Imhotep is one of the best documented non-royal individuals from ancient Egypt, with contemporary inscriptions, statues, and textual references confirming his existence as a Third Dynasty official, whose exceptional talents led to his posthumous deification, making him a rare case where legend builds directly upon a verifiable historical foundation rather than invention. Evidence abounds. A statue base from Saqqara, discovered in the 19th century, explicitly names Imhotep the Builder, son of Khenefer, listing titles like Chancellor to the King, High Priest of Heliopolis, Chief Sculptor, confirming his role under Djoser. The Step Pyramid itself, with its innovative design and inscriptions, attests to his architectural genius. No prior structures match its scale or stepped form. Medical papyri like the Kahun, Middle Kingdom, echo his empirical approach, though direct authorship is unproven. Family details, Mother Kiriduunk deified alongside him, appear on seals and stelae. Skeptics note, no contemporary biography exists, and deification exaggerated his feats. But consensus among Egyptologists, e.g. via RC and Ancient Egypt Online, affirms his historicity, viewing myths as accretions on a real polymath whose innovations, pyramid design, medical diagnostics were groundbreaking. No tomb found, but searches continue. Some speculate it's within Saqqara's Serapeum or a hidden mastaba. Other inspirations include earlier sages like Kagemni, First Dynasty vizier, but Imhotep's unique deification sets him apart. In 2025, AI-enhanced scans at Saqqara revealed potential hidden chambers, reigniting tomb hunts. Ultimately, Imhotep stands as a testament to ancient Egypt's capacity for elevating merit to myth, a historical genius whose real achievements inspired divine legends. As we proceed to our next figure, contemplate how such polymaths bridge eras, their innovations echoing through time as eternal wisdom. Number 17. King Priam of Troy. The venerable ruler of ancient Troy, whose tragic reign during the legendary Trojan War has immortalized him as a symbol of paternal devotion, royal dignity amidst catastrophe, and the inexorable cruelty of fate. A figure whose pleas for mercy and laments over fallen sons humanize the epic clash between Greeks and Trojans, offering profound reflections on loss, leadership, and the fragility of empires in narratives that have shaped Western literature and moral philosophy for millennia. In Homer's Iliad and subsequent traditions, King Priam is depicted as an elderly monarch of great wisdom and sorrow. A white-haired patriarch with a flowing beard, clad in royal robes of purple and gold, seated on a throne in his opulent palace overlooking the Trojan plain, father to 50 sons and numerous daughters, including the heroic Hector and the fateful Paris, a king whose long rule brought prosperity to Troy but ended in utter devastation, embodying the archetype of the tragic sovereign whose personal grief mirrors the downfall of his city and people. The legend of King Priam unfolds as a poignant saga of familial bonds, diplomatic cunning, and ultimate tragedy, set against the backdrop of Troy's gleaming walls and the blood-soaked plains of Ilium. A narrative that elevates him from a mere ruler to a universal emblem of human suffering and resilience in the face of divine whims and mortal conflicts. According to the Iliad, Priam, whose name may derive from priamai, to buy or ransom, hinting at his role in negotiations, was the son of King Laomedon and the goddess Strymo, or Platia, inheriting the throne after his father's deceitful dealings with gods like Poseidon and Apollo, who built Troy's walls but were cheated of payment. Foreshadowing the city's doomed fate, Priam rebuilt and expanded Troy into a prosperous metropolis, marrying Hecuba, daughter of the Phrygian king Dymas or Cisseus, with whom he fathered 50 sons, 19 by Hecuba, including Hector, the city's defender, Paris, whose abduction of Helen sparked the war, Troilus, slain by Achilles, and Polydorus, killed for gold, and 12 daughters, plus more children by concubines, symbolizing his virility and the vast royal lineage that would be decimated. His reign, spanning over 40 years, saw Troy flourish through trade, alliances with neighbors like the Thracians and Lycians, and a reputation for justice. Priam was known as a fair arbitrator, hosting guests with lavish hospitality, Xenia, and ruling with counsel from elders like Antenor and Panthous. The war erupts when Paris, after the judgment where he awards the golden apple to Aphrodite, abducts Helen from Sparta. Priam, despite Helen's pleas to return her and avert doom, supports his son out of paternal loyalty or fatalistic resignation, welcoming Helen as a daughter and refusing Greek demands for her return, thus sealing Troy's siege. In the Iliad, set in the war's 10th year, Priam appears as a grief-stricken father and wise king. From Troy's ramparts, he converses with Helen, identifying Greek heroes like Agamemnon, Odysseus, and Ajax. In a poignant scene that humanizes the enemy, he restrains his sons from rash actions, advising caution amid prophecies of doom from seers like Helenus and Cassandra, his daughter cursed to prophesy truthfully but unbelieved. The epic's emotional apex comes after Hector's death. Priam, defying danger, ventures to the Greek camp at night, guided by Hermes in disguise, to ransom his son's body from Achilles. Kneeling before his enemy's killer, Priam kisses Achilles' hands, the very ones that slew Hector, and weeps, evoking shared humanity. I have endured what no mortal on earth has endured. I have kissed the hands of the man who killed my son. Moved, Achilles returns the body, granting a truce for funeral rites, where Priam leads Troy in mourning, cremating Hector on a grand pyre and burying his ashes in a golden urn. Post-Homeric traditions expand his tragedy. In the Little Iliad and Iliu Persis, during Troy's sack, Priam seeks refuge at Zeus's altar but is slain by Neoptolemus, Achilles' son, who drags him from the sanctuary and beheads him, a sacrilegious act symbolizing the war's barbarity. Variants in Virgil's Aeneid have him killed defending his family, his blood staining the altar, while Euripides' Trojan Women depicts his corpse unburied amid the ruins. Other tales portray him as a former captive ransomed from Heracles, who sacked Troy earlier for Laomedon's treachery, adding irony to his name and life of redemptions. Beyond the war, Priam's legend delves into profound themes that have resonated through ages. The burdens of kingship, where personal loss compounds public duty, the tension between fate, Moira, and free will, as Priam navigates prophecies like Paris's birth omen, a dream of a torch burning Troy, leading to his exposure as an infant, and the universality of grief, transcending sides in conflict. His character contrasts with Greek kings, wise and compassionate versus Agamemnon's hubris, highlighting Trojan nobility. Variants abound. In some, he fathers 100 children. In Dictys Cretensis' rationalized account, he's a diplomat suing for peace. Symbolism enriches him. As the ransomer, he embodies redemption. His death profanes sacred spaces, critiquing war's savagery. Influences extend to Roman epics. Virgil's Priam inspires pity. Medieval romances like Roman de Troyes humanize him, Renaissance art, Rubens's paintings capture the ransom scene. Modern novels like David Malouf's Ransom, 2009, focus on his encounter with Achilles. Films like Troy, 2004, portray him, Peter O'Toole, as a dignified elder. Operas and ballets adapt his laments. Linguistically, Priam may link to Hittite, Pariamua, or Greek Priamai, tying to themes of purchase and loss. Now, let's anchor this myth in time. The Priam legend is set in the Late Bronze Age, circa 1300-1180 BCE, during the Mycenaean civilization's zenith and the Hittite Empire's dominance in Anatolia, an era of palace economies, chariot warfare, and international diplomacy via Amarna letters, culminating in the Bronze Age collapse with invasions, droughts, and trade disruptions that razed cities like Troy. This heroic age provides the epic backdrop, with Priam's long reign, 50-plus years, spanning prosperity to destruction. The myths coalesce in the archaic Greek period, 8th-6th centuries BCE, with Homer's Iliad composed orally circa 750-700 BCE, drawing from older oral traditions preserved through the Dark Ages, 1100-800 BCE. Priam features prominently, humanized in books like 3, Rampart Scene, and 24, Ransom. By the 7th century BCE, the epic cycle's Iliou Persis details his death. Classical playwrights, 5th-4th centuries BCE, like Euripides, dramatize him in Hecuba and Trojan Women, reflecting post-Persian War's views of Eastern monarchs. Hellenistic historians, 3rd-1st centuries BCE, like Hellanicus, rationalize him. Roman adaptations in Virgil's Aeneid, 1st century BCE, emphasize his tragedy. Medieval Europe knows him through Dares Phrygius's pseudo-eyewitness account. Renaissance revivals in Shakespeare's Troilus and Cressida satirize the war. Archaeological interest surges with Schliemann's 1870s digs at Hisarlik. The legend's emergence ties to this post-collapse oral revival. Greeks recollected Mycenaean glories through bards, idealizing Trojan foes as noble to contrast with their own heroes. Vase paintings from 8th century BCE depict Priam in ransom scenes. By classical times, he's a tragic archetype in democracy-era Athens, critiquing tyranny. So, was there a historical King Priam of Troy? While no direct inscription or artifact names a Priam, compelling evidence from Hittite archives and archaeological correlations suggest the legend may draw from one or more real Bronze Age rulers of Wilusa, Troy, whose reigns involved diplomacy, conflicts with Ahiawa, Achaeans, Greeks, and multi-generational dynasties, mythologized into the epic figure of a wise, tragic king whose story preserved echoes of late Bronze Age power dynamics. Hittite tablets from Hattusa, 1400-1200 BCE, reference Wilusa kings like Alexandu, circa 1280 BCE, who signed treaties with Hittite Emperor Muwatalli II, adopting the name in a vassal pact, phonetically similar to Alexander, Paris's alternate name, but for a king, suggesting conflation or inspiration for Priam's era. Another tablet mentions Kukuni, possibly Cygnus, a Trojan ally, indicating a long dynasty. The Tawagalawa letter, circa 1250 BCE, describes Ahiawa incursions into Wilusa, mirroring Greek raids, with a king navigating superpowers like Priam with allies. Archaeology at Hisarlik, Troy 6, Thafa, 1300-1180 BCE, reveals a citadel with massive walls, palaces, and evidence of fire destruction, aligning with epic descriptions of a wealthy, multi-gated city ruled by a king with extensive family quarters. Priam's 50 sons may exaggerate real polygamous royal households, common in Hittite and Mycenaean courts. Skeptics note no Priam in records. His name could be Greek invention from Priamai, to buy, symbolizing ransoms, or Luwian Pariamua, a royal name meaning great water. The multi-generational rule echoes Hittite kings like Suppiluliuma I, with many heirs. Recent digs, 2025 LiDAR at Hisarlik, uncover administrative buildings with seals, suggesting a bureaucratic monarchy like Priam's council. Babylonian and Egyptian texts mention Asiatic kings with large families allying against invaders. Other inspirations include Near, Eastern kings like the Assyrian Tukulti-Ninurta with epic laments, or Ugaritic Keret, father of many, facing divine trials. The ransom scene may draw from real diplomatic customs, like Hittite prisoner exchanges. Ultimately, while no singular historical Priam is confirmed, the legend likely preserves memories of a Bronze Age Trojan king or dynasty whose diplomatic golden age and cataclysmic fall were mythologized to explore timeless human themes. As we conclude our explorations, reflect on how such regal shadows cast long across history, their crowns of myth enduring beyond bronze and bone. Number 17. Lycurgus of Sparta. The semi-legendary lawgiver whose sweeping reforms are credited with forging ancient Sparta's austere, militaristic society, a rigidly disciplined state renowned for its warrior ethos, communal living, and unyielding emphasis on duty over individualism. A figure whose enigmatic life and constitutional innovations have captivated historians and philosophers for centuries. Blending myth with historical speculation in tales that explore themes of social engineering, virtue through hardship, and the creation of an ideal polity that prioritized collective strength and equality among citizens, ultimately shaping Sparta into a formidable power that dominated the Peloponnese and left an indelible mark on Western concepts of governance, education, and resilience. In the ancient accounts, Lycurgus is portrayed as a noble Spartan reformer of royal descent. A tall, ascetic man with a stern countenance, clad in simple woolen garments, wielding not a sword but the authority of divine inspiration from the oracle at Delphi, a wanderer who traveled the world seeking wisdom before returning to impose his great rhetoric. A revolutionary oral constitution that restructured Spartan life from cradle to grave, eliminating luxury, enforcing equality, and transforming freeborn males into an elite fighting force through rigorous training. All while his self-imposed exile and mysterious death added layers of mythic sacrifice to his legacy, making him a demigod-like founder whose laws were revered as immutable for generations. The legend of Lycurgus weaves a compelling narrative of transformation and self-sacrifice, depicting him as a visionary who rescued Sparta from chaos and decadence, instituting reforms that created one of antiquity's most unique and enduring societies, a story that evolved from oral traditions into detailed biographies emphasizing his role as a divinely guided architect of human potential. According to ancient sources like Plutarch's Life of Lycurgus, written around 100 CE but drawing from earlier accounts, Lycurgus lived during a tumultuous period in Sparta's early history, born into the royal Agiad dynasty as the son of King Eunomus and younger brother of King Polydectes. When Polydectes died shortly after ascending the throne, Lycurgus served as regent for his pregnant sister-in-law, but upon the birth of his nephew Charolaus, or Carolus, he relinquished power to avoid accusations of usurpation, demonstrating his commitment to justice and stability. Facing internal strife, Sparta was plagued by inequality, luxury among the elite, and unrest among the helots, state-owned serfs, and perioikoi, free non-citizens. Lycurgus embarked on extensive travels to seek models for reform. He journeyed to Crete, where he studied the laws of Minos and Rhadamanthus, admiring their emphasis on discipline and communal meals, Syssitia, to Egypt, where he learned administrative efficiency and perhaps elements of social hierarchy, to Ionia in Asia Minor, where he encountered Homer's poetry. Some tales claim he compiled or preserved the epics, and possibly to Libya or Iberia, absorbing diverse customs that informed his vision of a balanced society. Returning to Sparta around 820–800 BCE, dates vary, with some placing him as early as the 9th century, Lycurgus consulted the Delphic oracle, receiving divine approval for his laws in the form of the Great Rhetoric, an enigmatic oral pronouncement from Apollo that outlined Sparta's new constitution, establishing a mixed government with dual kings to prevent tyranny. A council of elders, Gerousia, of 28 men over 60 plus the kings for deliberation, and a popular assembly, Apella, of all Spartan citizens, Spartiates, to vote on proposals with acclamations, creating a system of checks and balances that Aristotle later praised as a model oligarchy tempered by democratic elements. Lycurgus's reforms were comprehensive and radical, aimed at eradicating vice, promoting equality, and militarizing society to ensure Sparta's survival in a hostile Peloponnese surrounded by rivals like Argos and Messenia. Economically, he banned gold and silver coinage, introducing cumbersome iron spits, oboloi, as currency to discourage hoarding and commerce, forcing Spartans to focus on agriculture and self-sufficiency. Archaeological finds of these iron bars from the 7th century BCE corroborate this innovation, showing how it curbed luxury and corruption. He redistributed land into equal clearoi allotments for each citizen, worked by helots, ensuring no Spartan was rich or poor, though this equality applied only to the elite Spartiates, about 9,000 at peak, excluding women, perioikoi, and the vast enslaved population. Socially, he instituted communal messes, syssitia or fidicia, where men dined together on simple black broth, melas zomos, made from pork, blood, salt, and vinegar, fostering camaraderie and equality. Contributions of food were mandatory, and absence without excuse led to shame. Education was revolutionized through the agoge, a state-run system starting at age 7, where boys endured harsh training, living in barracks, foraging for food, encouraging theft to build cunning, but punishing getting caught, undergoing cryptia, secret rites hunting helots to instill terror and vigilance, and learning music, dance, and laconic speech to build disciplined warriors. Girls received physical education for strong offspring. Marriage was delayed to the 20s for men, with rituals like bride capture promoting eugenics. Lycurgus forbade dowries, luxurious funerals, and even written laws. The rhetra was oral, relying on custom and the ephors, 5 overseers elected annually, to enforce them. To ensure permanence, Lycurgus tricked the Spartans into swearing an oath not to change the laws until his return, then exiled himself, traveling to Crete or Delphi, where he starved himself to death, his body cremated and ashes scattered at sea to prevent relic worship, a selfless act that cemented his mythic status. These reforms weren't mere policy, but a holistic philosophy drawing on Cretan models. As Herodotus notes, Sparta's laws mirrored Crete's, emphasizing eunomia, good order, through austerity, equality among elites, and militarism that produced hoplites unmatched in phalanx warfare, enabling conquests like Messenia, 8th century BCE, and dominance in the Peloponnesian League. Miracles and divine elements enhanced the legend. Lycurgus was said to have been inspired by Apollo's oracles. One tale has a boy king's mother offering to abort if he shared power, but he refused, prioritizing the state. Another claims he lost an eye quelling a riot against his laws, earning respect for his fortitude. His system influenced Plato's Republic, ideal guardians mirror Spartan training, and Aristotle's Politics, praising the balance but critiquing rigidity. In folklore, Spartans invoked, Lycurgus says, for laws, treating them as eternal. Changes were rare until the Hellenistic era. Symbolically, he represents utopian social engineering, with his iron currency anti-materialist critique and a Goggia model for total education. Variants. Some sources, Xenophon, date him to the 7th century BCE, linking to the Second Messenian War. Others make him contemporary with Homer or the Olympics' founding. He allegedly co-founded them with Iphitus. The legend's influence permeates Western thought. Renaissance utopians like More drew on Spartan ideals. Enlightenment philosophers like Rousseau admired its equality. Modern militaries emulate its discipline, e.g. Prussian education. Art depicts him as a stern lawgiver. Statues in Sparta's ruins. Paintings by David show him presenting laws. Literature, Shakespeare's references. Nietzsche praised Spartan will to power. In pop culture, films like 300 echo Lycurgan rigor. His name graces laws and societies. Linguistically, Lycurgus may mean wolf repeller, Lycos plus ergon, evoking protection through strength. Thematically, he critiques democracy, Sparta as oligarchy, and luxury, resonant in austere ideologies. Now, let's trace the origins of this legend through time. The Lycurgus myths originate in the archaic Greek period, circa 800–600 BCE, during Sparta's consolidation as a military power following the conquest of Messenia and the establishment of its unique institutions, a time when oral traditions attributed societal structures to a heroic founder amid the rise of polis, city-states, and hoplite warfare. The earliest references appear in fragments of 7th century BCE poets like Tertius, who invokes Lycurgus's laws in martial elegies encouraging Spartan soldiers. By the 5th century BCE, Herodotus's Histories details his Cretan inspirations and regency, treating him as historical while noting debates on his era. The classical period, 5th–4th centuries BCE, canonizes him. Xenophon's Constitution of the Lacedaemonians describes the system as Lycurgan. Plato in Laws and Republic analyzes it as divinely inspired. Aristotle in Politics critiques but affirms his role, dating him to the 9th century. Hellenistic historians like Ephorus, 4th century BCE, elaborate biographies. Roman authors, Plutarch's Parallel Lives, pairing him with Numa Pompilius, provides the fullest account around 100 CE, drawing from Aristocrates and Eutychides. Medieval Byzantines preserve texts. Renaissance scholars like Machiavelli in Discourses on Livy admire Spartan stability. 19th century excavations at Sparta, limited due to modern overlays, reveal Agoge-related artifacts like iron votives from the 7th century, aligning with reforms. Now let's trace the origins of this legend through time. The Lycurgus myths originate in the archaic Greek period, circa 800–600 BCE, during Sparta's consolidation as a military power following the conquest of Messenia and the establishment of its unique institutions, a time when oral traditions attributed societal structures to a heroic founder amid the rise of polis, city-states, and hoplite warfare. The earliest references appear in fragments of 7th century BCE poets like Tertius, who invokes Lycurgus's laws in martial elegies encouraging Spartan soldiers. By the 5th century BCE, Herodotus's Histories details his Cretan inspirations and regency, treating him as historical while noting debates on his era. The classical period, 5th–4th centuries BCE, canonizes him. Xenophon's Constitution of the Lacedaemonians describes the system as Lycurgan. Plato in Laws and Republic analyzes it as divinely inspired. Aristotle in Politics critiques but affirms his role, dating him to the 9th century. Hellenistic historians like Ephorus, 4th century BCE, elaborate biographies. Roman authors, Plutarch's Parallel Lives, pairing him with Numa Pompilius, provides the fullest account around 100 CE, drawing from Aristocrates and Eutychides. Medieval Byzantines preserve texts. Renaissance scholars like Machiavelli in Discourses on Livy admire Spartan stability. 19th century excavations at Sparta, limited due to modern overlays, reveal Agog-related artifacts like iron votives from the 7th century, aligning with reforms. The legend's emergence ties to this formative era. Post-Dark Age Sparta, after 950 BCE, needed a unifying founder myth to justify its dual kingship and rigid laws amid Helot revolts. The Great Retra, possibly from the 7th century BCE as archaeological and linguistic evidence suggests, was retroactively attributed to Lycurgus to lend divine authority. Inscriptions from the 5th century BCE reference Lycurgan customs, indicating early veneration. So, was there a historical Lycurgus of Sparta? The question divides scholars, with no direct contemporary evidence, like inscriptions naming him from the 9th–8th centuries BCE, leading many to view him as a legendary construct, a mythic lawgiver invented to personify and legitimize Sparta's archaic reforms. But a minority argue for a historical kernel, possibly a real 8th century BCE reformer or regent, whose actions were mythologized over time to explain the origins of Sparta's unique eunomia. Ancient historians like Plutarch and Herodotus treated him as real, dating him around 800 BCE as Charalais's guardian, with reforms inspired by Crete, corroborated by archaeological parallels in Minoan-influenced Spartan artifacts. The Great Retra's language, analyzed as 7th century archaic Greek, suggests a historical document attributed to him retroactively. Sparta's transformation from a typical Dorian village, evidenced by 9th century BCE pottery, to a militarized state by the 7th century. Iron currency finds. Helot subjugation implies a reformer or reform period personified as Lycurgus. Skeptics, noting the 300-year gap to first written accounts and parallels with mythic lawgivers like Solon, historical, or Minos, mythic, argue he's a euhemerized god, his name meaning worker of light, or wolf repeller, linking to Apollo-like chaos cults in Sparta. No tomb or contemporary records exist. Plutarch admits conflicting traditions, human versus divine. Recent studies, 2025 analyses of Spartan bronzes, show 8th century shifts in votive practices, hinting at cultural reforms. Influences from Near Eastern lawgivers like Hammurabi suggest borrowed motifs. Other inspirations include Dorian migration legends or Orphic mysticism in his ascetic laws. In posts from 2025, discussions highlight his mythic status, with some comparing to figures like King Arthur. Ultimately, while no definitive historical Lycurgus emerges, The legend likely preserves echoes of archaic Sparta's real societal evolution, mythologizing anonymous reformers into an eternal lawgiver. As we voyage to our next figure, ponder how such enigmatic architects build nations from the blueprints of myth, their codes enduring beyond bronze and bone. Number 18. Pope Joan, the enigmatic female pontiff whose legendary reign as the head of the Catholic Church in male disguise has fueled centuries of intrigue, scandal, and feminist reinterpretation, a figure whose story of intellectual ambition, deception, and dramatic downfall challenges patriarchal norms and ecclesiastical history, inspiring debates on gender, power, and the boundaries of belief in a tale that blends medieval satire, anti-papal propaganda, and mythic empowerment. In the enduring legend, Pope Joan, also known as Pope Johanna or La Papessa, is portrayed as a brilliant and determined woman of the 9th century, a scholarly figure with flowing dark hair hidden under papal vestments, clad in the ornate robes and tiara of the Holy See, wielding the keys of St. Peter with her intellect sharpened by forbidden studies, her secret identity as a female concealed through cunning and celibacy, until a shocking public revelation exposed her to the wrath of a male-dominated institution, transforming her from a symbol of subversive success to a cautionary emblem of transgression and divine judgment. The legend of Pope Joan spins a captivating yarn of disguise, ascent, and catastrophe, depicting her as a trailblazing intellect who infiltrated the highest echelons of the Church, only to be undone by the very biology she sought to transcend. A narrative rich with dramatic irony and moral ambiguity that has evolved from medieval folklore into a potent symbol of hidden female potential and institutional hypocrisy. According to the most common version, chronicled in the 13th century Chronicle of Popes and Emperors by Dominican friar Martin of Opava, also known as Martin Polonus, Joan was born in Mainz, Germany, or sometimes England, around 818 CE, to English missionaries or humble parents. From a young age, she displayed an insatiable thirst for knowledge, mastering Latin, Greek, theology, and philosophy, subjects typically reserved for men in the rigidly gendered world of medieval Europe. Disguised as a boy named Johannes Anglicus, John the Englishman, to pursue education, she traveled to Athens or Fulda, excelling in monastic schools and universities, her keen mind earning her renown as a scholar and cleric, rising through the church hierarchy with remarkable speed. Serving as a notary in Rome, then cardinal, she was elected pope in 855 CE following the death of Leo IV, taking the name John VIII, or sometimes Joan. For 2 years, 5 months and 4 days, she ruled effectively from the Vatican, issuing decrees, ordaining priests, and presiding over masses with a voice described as clear and commanding. Her secret preserved by loose robes and a vow of chastity that masked her gender. The tale's climax arrives during a solemn procession from St. Peter's Basilica to the Lateran Palace on a route through narrow, Roman streets. Overcome by labor pains from a secret pregnancy, impregnated by a lover, variously a servant, librarian, or fellow cleric, Joan gives birth to a child mid-procession, collapsing in agony as horrified crowds witness the revelation. Chaos ensues. The newborn is sometimes killed. Joan is dragged by her feet behind a horse until dead, stoned by the mob, or imprisoned and exiled, her papacy erased from records in shame. The site, dubbed Vicus Papissa, Pope Joan Alley, was allegedly avoided in future processions, and a statue of her was said to have been thrown into the Tiber. Variants add flourishes. Some claim she died in childbirth, her son becoming a bishop, others that she repented and lived as a nun. The story often includes symbolic elements, like the sedis statuaria, a pierced marble chair supposedly used in papal consecrations to verify masculinity post-Joan, though this is a later fabrication tied to pagan rituals. Beyond the sensational birth scene, the legend delves into profound themes that have resonated across eras. The subversion of gender roles in a patriarchal stronghold, the tension between intellect and biology, and the Church's vulnerability to deception and scandal, often serving as anti-Catholic propaganda or feminist allegory. Joan's scholarly pursuits highlight medieval restrictions on women, denied access to universities like Bologna, founded later. She represents suppressed female genius. Her pregnancy an ironic fall, underscoring bodily betrayal. Cultural details enrich the tale. Her election amid the chaotic 9th century papacy, plagued by invasions and corruption, processions with incense, chants, and crowds evoking Rome's medieval splendor. Variants abound. In Jean de Mailly's 13th century chronicle, she's from England and studies in Cologne. Boccaccio's De Mulieribus Claris, 1374, praises her learning but condemns her lust. Protestant reformers like John Calvin weaponized the story to mock papal infallibility. Symbolism abounds, the pierced chair as genital inspection, her stoning evoking biblical adulteresses. Influences extend to tarot, the high priestess card as La Papessa. Literature like Donna Woolfolk Cross's Pope Joan, 1996, a best-selling novel. Films like the 2009 Pope Joan with Johanna Wakalek, blending romance and drama. In art, Renaissance engravings depict her exposure. Modern plays explore queer readings. Linguistically, Joan derives from Johannes, underscoring her masculine facade. Thematically, she critiques celibacy and hierarchy, resonant in the Me Too era discussions of women in power. Now, let's trace the origins of this legend through time. The Pope Joan myth first emerges in the mid-13th century CE, during the High Middle Ages, a period of intense conflict between the papacy and secular rulers like Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II, when chroniclers and satirists crafted tales to undermine church authority amid the investiture controversy, aftermath, and growing anti-clerical sentiment. The earliest known reference appears around 1250 in the Chronicle of Popes and Emperors by Martin of Opava, a Dominican friar at the papal court, who places her reign in 855 CE, a gap deliberately chosen to fit between documented popes Leo IV and Benedict III, exploiting a brief, chaotic interregnum documented in the Liber Pontificalis. This account likely drew from oral rumors or earlier satires, possibly inspired by 10th century scandals like the pornocracy under Theodora and Marozia, powerful women who influenced popes through liaisons. By the late 13th century, Jean de Mailly's Universal Chronicle adds details like her English origins. The story spreads via Dominican networks, appearing in over 500 manuscripts by the 15th century, accepted as fact by many until the Reformation. The 14th century sees elaboration in Boccaccio and Petrarch. The Renaissance, 15th, 16th centuries, witnesses both credulity, papal historian Platina includes her, and doubt, humanists like Aeneas Sylvius, later Pius II, debunk it. Protestant polemicists like Bale, 1548, amplify it to attack Catholicism. Catholic scholars like Onofrio Panvino, 1557, refute it with timeline evidence. The Enlightenment dismisses it as folklore. 19th century novels romanticize it. Archaeological claims, like the Seeds chairs, actually from imperial baths, fuel debates. But modern scholarship traces it to Byzantine influences or misreadings of Papa Johannes as feminine. The legend's setting is the chaotic 9th century CE. During the Carolingian Renaissance and the decline of centralized papal power after Charlemagne's empire fragmented, an era of Viking raids, Saracen invasions, and internal church corruption, where brief pontificates and disputed elections created historical gaps ripe for fabrication. This Dark Age papacy saw figures like John VIII, 872–882 CE, facing gender-related slanders called effeminate by critics, possibly inspiring the tale. Broader medieval folklore influenced it. Tales of disguised women like Joan of Arc, later, or cross-dressing saints. Anti-feminist tropes warning against female ambition. So, was there a historical Pope Joan? Overwhelming scholarly consensus holds her as a fictional construct, a medieval legend born from satire, misinformation, and propaganda with no credible evidence from the 9th century or subsequent records. Though persistent claims of suppressed truths or misinterpreted artifacts keep fringe debates alive, making her a testament to how myths can fill historical voids and challenge institutional narratives. No contemporary documents, like the Liber Pontificalis biographies or Frankish annals, mention a female pope. The timeline between Leo IV's death, July 17, 855 CE, and Benedict III's election, September 855 CE, leaves no room for a 2-year reign, with coins, charters, and letters confirming seamless succession. The first accounts appear 400 years later, suggesting invention, possibly as Dominican satire against papal corruption or misinterpretation of Pope John feminized in folklore. Claims of evidence, like 9th century coins with Johannes and a female figure from 2018 studies, are debunked as forgeries or misreadings, representing John VIII or symbolic imagery. The Sedis stercoraria chairs predate the legend, used for enthronement rituals unrelated to gender checks. Skeptics note the story's parallels with Byzantine empresses or folk tales of disguised rulers, likely anti-papal propaganda during 13th century church-state tensions. As of 2025, recent analyses, e.g., in Historical Blindness and BBC reports, reaffirm no evidence, dismissing it as persistent myth fueled by misogyny or wishful thinking. Yet, fringe theories persist, citing suppressed Vatican archives or ambiguous artworks, though mainstream historians like those at Smithsonian and History Extra maintain it's a fabrication. Other inspirations include 10th century Saculum Obscurum scandals, with influential women like Marozia, who installed popes, misread as a female pope, or Eastern tales of gender disguise. In 2025, digital scans of medieval manuscripts reveal no pre-13th century traces, solidifying its legendary status. Ultimately, while no historical Pope Joan existed, the legend endures as a powerful fable exposing societal fears and aspirations, mythologizing gaps in history into an enduring challenge to authority. As we move to our next figure, consider how such spectral sovereigns haunt the halls of power, their veils of myth revealing truths about those who weave them. Number 19. King Arthur. The legendary British monarch whose mythic court at Camelot, enchanted sword Excalibur, and quest for the Holy Grail have enchanted imaginations for over a millennium. A figure embodying chivalric ideals, national heroism, and the eternal struggle between order and chaos, whose tales of knights, wizards, and doomed romances have shaped medieval literature, modern fantasy, and concepts of leadership, often portraying him as a bridge between the fading Roman world and the emerging medieval age. A king whose existence blurs the boundaries of history and legend in narratives that explore themes of destiny, betrayal, and the quest for a perfect society. In the rich tapestry of Arthurian lore, King Arthur is depicted as a noble warrior king of Celtic Britain, a tall, fair-haired leader with a commanding presence, clad in gleaming armor bearing the emblem of a dragon or bear, from Arth, Welsh for bear, wielding the magical blade Excalibur drawn from a stone or gifted by the Lady of the Lake, surrounded by the Knights of the Round Table in a hall of feasting and fellowship, a ruler whose reign promised a golden age of justice but ended in tragic civil war, symbolizing the fragility of unity and the inexorable pull of fate in a world where magic and Christianity intertwine. The legend of King Arthur unfolds as an epic cycle of birth, glory, and downfall, a sprawling narrative compiled from Welsh folklore, medieval romances, and later embellishments, depicting him as a unifier of Britain against invading foes, a paragon of chivalry whose court became a beacon of civilized ideals amid barbarism, yet whose personal flaws and betrayals led to his realm's collapse. A story that has evolved into a mirror for each era's values and anxieties. According to the most comprehensive medieval synthesis in Geoffrey of Monmouth's Historia Regum Britannia, 1136 CE, and later works like Thomas Malory's Le Morte d'Arthur, 1485 CE, Arthur's saga begins with his miraculous conception. His father, Uther Pendragon, king of Britain during the chaotic post-Roman era, lusts after Igraine, wife of Duke Gorlois of Cornwall. With the aid of the wizard Merlin, who disguises Uther as Gorlois using magic, Arthur is conceived in Tintagel Castle amid a stormy night, a birth shrouded in prophecy that he would become a great king to repel Saxon invaders. To protect him from rivals, Merlin spirits the infant away, fostering him with Sorrecta, where he grows up unaware of his royal blood, trained in arms and courtesy alongside his foster brother Kay. Arthur's destiny reveals itself during a tournament in London after Uther's death. A sword embedded in a stone, or anvil, appears with the inscription, "Whosoever pulleth out this sword of this stone and anvil is rightwise king born of all England." While nobles fail, young Arthur effortlessly withdraws it to replace Kay's broken weapon, proving his legitimacy and being crowned at age 15. Amid acclamations and Merlin's revelations of his lineage, as king, Arthur establishes his court at Camelot, possibly inspired by Cadbury Castle or Caerleon, a utopian realm of justice where he assembles the Knights of the Round Table, a circular design symbolizing equality, forged from Merlin's magic, to quest for honor and protect the weak. He marries Guinevere, the beautiful daughter of King Leodegrance, receiving the Round Table as dowry, but their union sows seeds of tragedy through her affair with Sir Lancelot, his greatest knight. Arthur's reign features 12 battles against Saxons, culminating in victory at Mount Badon, where he slays 960 foes single-handedly, securing peace and expanding his empire to include Ireland, Iceland, and parts of Scandinavia. Magical elements abound. Excalibur, forged on Avalon, and returned to the Lady of the Lake upon death. The wizard Merlin as advisor, entrapped by Nimue. The Holy Grail quest, where knights like Galahad seek the cup of Christ's Last Supper for spiritual perfection, revealing the court's moral failings. Betrayal fractures the idyll. Arthur's incestuous son Mordred, conceived with half-sister Morgause or Morgan Le Fay, a sorceress and antagonist, rebels, allying with Saxons. Guinevere's adultery with Lancelot leads to civil war. The saga climaxes at the Battle of Camlan, where Arthur mortally wounds Mordred but is grievously injured, ferried to Avalon by mystical women, including Morgan, for healing, whispering, "I will come again," as a messianic promise of return in Britain's hour of need, the once and future king. Variants enrich the lore. Welsh tales like Culhwch and Olwen, 10th century, show a more Celtic Arthur hunting boars with magical hounds. French romances by Chrétien de Troyes, 12th century, introduce Lancelot and courtly love. Malory adds Christian mysticism. Symbolism abounds. The sword in the stone as divine right, the Grail as spiritual quest, Avalon as Celtic otherworld. Beyond the quests and battles, Arthur's legend delves into profound themes that have endured. The ideal of chivalry as moral code, the tension between love and duty, the cycle of rise and fall mirroring empires. His court fosters equality, Round Table, yet succumbs to human flaws, adultery, nepotism, vengeance. Cultural details evoke medieval romance, tournaments with jousts, heraldry, and courtly manners, magical forests like Brocéliande, Christian pagan syncretism. Influences abound, Celtic myths, Irish Cuchulainn parallels, biblical motifs, Grail as Eucharist. The legend inspired Tennyson's Idols of the King, 19th century Victorian morality, T.H. White's The Once and Future King, anti-war allegory, films like Excalibur, 1981, or King Arthur, 2004, fantasy like Tolkien's Aragorn or Rowling's Dumbledore. In politics, British monarchs claim descent. Arthurian denotes idealistic leadership. Linguistically, Arthur derives from Celtic Artorius or Welsh Arth, bear, evoking strength. Now, let's anchor this myth in time. The King Arthur legends are set in the post-Roman Britain of the 5th-6th centuries CE, during the sub-Roman period following the Roman withdrawal in 410 CE, an era of Anglo-Saxon migrations, petty kingdoms, and the collapse of centralized authority amid plagues, economic decline, and defensive wars. A dark age where Britons under Romano-Celtic leaders resisted invaders, providing a historical canvas for tales of a unifying hero. The myths emerge in the early Middle Ages, with earliest references in 6th century Welsh poetry like Y Gododin, circa 600 CE, mentioning Arthur as a warrior benchmark. By the 9th century, the Historia Britonum by Nennius lists his 12 battles. The legend flourishes in the 12th century, with Geoffrey of Monmouth's pseudo-history, amid Norman conquests seeking British legitimacy. The High Middle Ages, 12th to 13th centuries, see French elaborations by Chrétien, adding romance during the Crusades' chivalric ideal. Malory compiles in the 15th century Wars of the Roses era, reflecting civil strife. Renaissance skepticism. Polydore Virgil debunks in 1534. Romantic revival with Tennyson. 20th century archaeology fuels quests for real Arthur. The legend's development reflects this turbulent transition. Post-Roman oral tales preserved Celtic heroes. Medieval chroniclers like Gildas, 6th century mentioning Badon but not Arthur, and Bede omit him, suggesting later addition. Welsh Mabinogion, 11th-12th centuries, adds magic. Norman patronage romanticizes for courtly audiences. So, was there a historical King Arthur? While no definitive archaeological or contemporary documentary, evidence confirms a single King Arthur. Substantial scholarly arguments suggest the legend may stem from one or more real 5th-6th century Romano-British warlords or chieftains who led resistance against Anglo-Saxon invaders, their exploits amplified through oral tradition and medieval embellishment into a composite mythic king, whose story preserved echoes of sub-Roman Britain's defensive struggles. The Historia Britonum, 829 CE, names Arthur as Dux Bellorum, leader of battles, victorious at Mount Badon, circa 500 CE, corroborated by Gildas's De Excidio, 540 CE, describing the battle under Ambrosius Aurelianus, possibly conflated with Arthur. Welsh annals like Annales Cambriae, 10th century, record Badon, 516 CE, and Camlan, 537 CE, with Arthur. Possible inspirations: a Roman named Artorius Castus, a 2nd century legionary whose gravestone in Croatia mentions British campaigns, though centuries early, or Rhyothemus, High King, a 5th century Briton aiding Romans against Visigoths, mentioned by Jordanes. Archaeology at Cadbury Castle, Somerset, refortified 5th to 6th centuries with Mediterranean imports, suggests a powerful chieftain's base. Camelot, Tintagel, Cornwall, yields 5th century artifacts linking to high-status sites. Skeptics note the 300-year gap to first mentions. Viewing Arthur as a Celtic deity, like Artaeus, euhemerized or folklore composite like Robin Hood. No contemporary inscriptions. Baden attributions vary. Recent studies, 2025 genetic analysis of post-Roman burials, show limited Saxon influx initially, supporting native resistance leaders. In fringe theories, he's a Sarmatian cavalry commander or Jesus figure. But mainstream-like Chaim, 2018, sees a mythic accretion on vague historical victories. Other inspirations include Welsh heroes like Arthwis ap Mar or Irish Fionn mac Cumhale, with Excalibur echoing Caladbolg. The Grail quest adds Christian layers from 12th century Cistercians. Ultimately, while no singular historical King Arthur is proven, the legend likely preserves memories of sub-Roman Britain's real defenders, mythologized into an eternal sovereign awaiting return. As we conclude this series, reflect on how such once and future kings inspire hope, their swords and stones drawing forth the best in us across ages. Thank you for joining us on this captivating journey through the shadows of history with Dreambound Discovery. If you've made it this far, drifting along with these tales of legendary figures who just might have walked among us, we truly appreciate your time and curiosity. Hit that like button if these stories sparked your imagination, and don't forget to subscribe for more soothing dives into the unknown. There's plenty more mysteries waiting to unfold in future episodes. Wherever you are tuning in from tonight, we hope these whispers of the past help guide you into peaceful dreams. Sleep well, and we'll see you soon for the next adventure. Good night.